Okay, so stream is starting, and all right, let's see who's on with us. Well, say something, Peter. Let's see if you register on the online.
Hello. Can you hear me? Is T-Tank Barry in the audience? Can anybody hear me? Can Aristides hear me?
I can hear you, Peter.
Okay.
That's good.
Great, great. Respond again, Ari. Say a little something else.
I hope everybody out there can hear us.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, you're both registering on the online broadcasting software. So let's take a look at our link here in live stream and see Acid Kick 96.
We're live. We're live.
Yeah. Acid Kick 96 gives us 3 dragons. Welcome aboard, Acid Kick. And of course, everybody else who's with us. El Nemo says, can hear you all. Acid Kick 96 says loud and clear. Okay, all 3 of us are clear. Most excellent. And with that, we are going to Acid Kick 96 says, good evening, DD and Team D, and plenty of hearts are headed our way. Okay, before we get started, just the usual admonition. Everybody hit that upvote. As soon as we start transmission, we are bombarded with downvotes that are basically automated bots. And this is to prevent us from appearing on searches. So the only way we can defeat that is through you. We need your upvote from every IP address that you've got. PC, laptop, tablet, computer, your cell phone, just hit it. And hit an upvote from all of those IP ports and IP addresses. That way we balance out and reappear on searches. Okay, we have T-Tank Barry who says, God bless these transmissions, Peter, Aristides, and brother Douglas Crystal. And Vicky Johnson says, hello, Douglas, with her lips. And my lips in return, honey. And so let's... get this started. I think I've given the usual admonition. I do want people to know that I'm aware of a few things that I may not be able to cover, simply because if I go into monologue, I have to choose which direction the monologue is going to go in, simply because it is so many things to talk about. As always, Tolkien Study, who is our dear friend Brandon Young, says, hello everyone, please hit the like. Thank you, sir. Okay, I do want people to know that I am aware that Germany is stationing troops in Lithuania. This is a big deal because this is independent of NATO. This is Germany, just Germany, stationing troops in Lithuania. I do want people to understand that I am also aware of the fact that it has been exposed that Xi Jinping told Joe Biden up front at the San Francisco conference here at what was the APEC, Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum, held in our Golden Gate at San Francisco recently, that this was not leaked to the public. I had heard it. At the same time, you don't want to say things like these until they're confirmed. But it's been confirmed beyond the shadow of a doubt that Xi Jinping told Joe Biden, we are going to war. He said that he's going to take Taiwan no matter what, and that it's going to happen. It's that simple. That there was that blunt. That's it. And so, at the same time, what does that mean? In light,
I have something to say about that. Yeah. The Chinese are notorious for blustering.
Yes.
And intimidating rhetoric.
True.
So that's how I would first evaluate it.
Thank you.
And that's what Trump did. Yeah. Only Trump's rhetoric, he didn't mean it as blustering.
Right.
He plays the tough New Yorker, and yes. That's something that is foreign to, people like, Biden talked about taking him out to the woodshed. Which Trump made a funny comment about that.
I'm sure he did.
I forget what it was. But it's kind of ridiculous. Yes. He was a tough guy, Biden.
Yes.
But whatever. Yeah. But anyway, I just wanted to say that what does that mean? It could be probably. I would treat it as bluster.
Thank you. Yes, there's reasons for that, and everything that Peter's already articulated is reason enough. So with that, I'm going to really just turn it over to Peter. we're going to enter the opening hours. We'll go in the direction Peter wants to go in, and I definitely will do my best to, of course, respond. What I will do, of course, is just in a few minutes after we kind of get into the rhythm, I'm going to tend to something I left in the kitchen, which is, believe it or not, a sandwich. And I am going to finish preparing that sandwich. It shouldn't take long, honestly. And if anybody's curious about the ingredients, I'll get to that when I return. So we're going to, of course, I will, of course, go on mute whenever I'm chewing it and respond to Peter as quickly as possible whenever he asks me to participate. But definitely need the calories, and we will, you know, that way I make it through the night. So there we are. Just added a little something there in the chat. We have, you know, a fair number of viewers, but it always piles up very quickly in the opening hour. And we had a good number of viewers, especially in the opening hours with the last episode. I'm presuming that because of the season and because of the workday the next day on Sunday into Monday morning, it kind of trailed off to a kind of healthy balance, kind of like in the 20s by the time I got into monologue. Let me take a look at how people have responded to that monologue episode and see if there's... we're at the point of about 555 views on the latest episode before tonight's. So that's okay. We're heading up towards 50 upvotes on it. But it definitely needs a lot more attention. I think the overwhelming amount of information that I put out there is it's just too much. And a lot of people tune out because they don't catch context, and they may think that at one point I'm too esoteric, talking about the ideology of Henry Kissinger, why he was not a realist or a pragmatist at all, and the other times I'm talking about firearm, what I call firearm safety reform, as opposed to gun control. And people may tune out to that because they feel that they just love guns so much. I love guns too, but they just tune out because they may think I'm on an anti-gun rant. So everybody has to listen to all of it in context to get the meaning.
Well, also, you have to remember they have lives and they have so much time on their hands.
Yeah, that's true enough.
In addition to being able to absorb so much, and that's the virtue of the book we're working on. It's to make it absorbable. Yes.
But when it came to current events in historic context, the main point of the latest episode was the fact that it's important to realize that the Jewish settler regime and their use of privately owned firearms is modeled on the American use of privately owned firearms as a weapon of expansion and extermination of the indigenous population. And I pointed out that since all of these, we know that just literally within the past half decade, thousands and thousands of firearms licenses were issued in Israel. That pretty much every household has a gun. And as a matter of fact, this is why Second Amendment advocates love Israel. They say it's a Second Amendment utopia, that like Switzerland, everybody is essentially encouraged to be privately armed. That's what poses the question, where were all these guns on October 7th? So how is it that nobody fired back? There is no record anywhere of anyone firing back at Hamas coming into Israel. What the fuck? Okay, so there is an open question here as to, literally, this is almost on the level of what Alex Jones said about Sandy Hook. Did this even happen? How is it that people would be attacked, claim to see babies' heads cut off, yet not respond with firing a single bullet, a single round off? There's no indication, no report that anyone did in all this time. Instead, they allowed themselves to be taken hostage. None of this makes any sense. So the other point was that, of course, I pointed out that Israel, on the other hand, has not only had a genocidal imperative as a modern state in the Middle East, that Israelis massacred, attempted to exterminate the Maya tribe here in America. Yes, Israelis came and they tried to exterminate the Maya tribe here in Central America on behalf of a government that would recognize Jerusalem as the legitimate capital of Israel. So in exchange, they offered to exterminate their native population. Now, local people in the nation of El Salvador were put on trial, and ultimately One of them was convicted of genocide, was going to face a death sentence, but he died in prison before that death sentence could be administered. But they couldn't bring the Israelis to justice, who supplied all of the arms and all of the commandos that trained the death squads. So this is the Israel we're dealing with. They're a rogue, genocidal, nuclear and neutron armed state. They are evil incarnate, and you have to question everything they present in their victimization. They have weaponized Holocaust museums. They've weaponized victimization as an industry. It's disgusting. So that being articulated, I'll try and present some legitimate aspects of their case later in monologue. Nothing needs to be gone into right now. But with that, dear Peter, so do you want me to stay here with you and kind of get you into the groove for a few minutes before I go finish my sandwich? Or?
This is what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to we're going to go back in the direction of Mata.
Yeah. Okay.
And, the Black Lotus.
Yeah.
And I'm going to, recap that for those who are new or those who are. It's always good to reorient it. So you eat your sandwich.
Well, what I'm going to do is just grab it. I'll be eating it here with you. It'll just take me a few minutes to finish preparing.
Yeah, so you'll be listening and chomping away, but you'll be
yes. So, but
that's fine.
Yeah, so I'll be back in about 5-7 minutes at the longest to do just that. I'll certainly let you know when I return, and I am so glad you brought that up. I am going to read a question concerning that from one of our listeners, and I will let me do that here. Here's what this person said. Okay, about the Buddhist Satan.
Should we maybe answer this later when you come back?
Oh no, I want to get the question out there, and then that will help you articulate. Okay, yeah, that will help you articulate what you're going to say, and then that way we can get into the groove of things when I return. And again, so that people get a spelling correction. So if they ever refer to this or look it up, Mara, M-A-R-A. So at CRXSH with a musical note, that's his name. He says, is the Tree of Life by Mara something we could reference in the internet, or is the actual image hidden? I have seen alternative Tree of Life diagrams, although I don't know which is his or how to tell. Well, obviously this is a conflation of several concepts, so we'll clear that up when I return. Peter is now going to go into kind of a review of Mara and other elements of what I've brought up about dark or degenerate Buddhism, and how this led to the collaborators with the Allies, the Allied collaborationists that my mother fought against when she took on the commando team of Henry Wallace, who was attempting and succeeded to a degree in certainly depriving man of a Messiah child that was manifest in Mongolia, Outer Mongolia, in disambiguation from Inner Mongolia, which is occupied by communist China. And the Nyaga factor, of course, we will elucidate upon as organically it arises. Other than that, I will be back in approximately 5 to 7 minutes. I'll go mute for now, and I shall return.
Okay, thank you. And I have Aristides here to bounce off of if I get lost or anything. So thank you.
Yeah,
now, thank you for being here. All right, now, Douglas, when he says a mouthful or a few sentences, there's so much jam-packed in this. And as I dutifully did, I did it today, I transcribed what he said about Mata. And this is so loaded. He was alluding to Henry Wallace, the former vice president of the United States, who was famous or infamous for writing his Dear Guru letters to Nicholas Roerich, who had done several investigations or journeys into what he purported to be Shambhala. And Nicholas Roerich was a very problematic character. But, and of course, a great prequel to all of this is the book we did, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II by Douglas Dietrich with Peter Moon, because it sets the stage. It shows how all of World War II was a giant ruse that was designed to destroy not only the Japanese Empire and kill every last living Japanese, but was designed to obtain the reliquary of the Japanese Empire, which were, I know Brendan Zogut's sort of an expert on it, a mirror, a sword. Do you remember the other one, Aristides? A mirror and a sword and
The pearls.
the pearls, yes. These reliquaries were put in a ark that was reminiscent of the Jewish Ark of the Covenant, and you'll find that the Japanese language is so similar to Hebrew, it's not funny. So you find a lost tribe of the Hebrews migrating all the way through China on the Silk Trade route and into Japan, but also the race that descended from Zealandia and settled Japan, the more senior race, the ruling race, recognized the, I guess you'd say, the authenticity, for lack of a better word, of the Jewish relics. And FDR, Franklin Roosevelt, considered these to be magical talisman that he wanted. He was obsessed with the occult, and FDR was part of the Van Tassel clan, the Van Tassel clan of Sleepy Hollow, who had abducted Heather Flower of the Montauk Pharaohs. She was the daughter of Chief Wyandanch, of which a town in Long Island is named after. And she was abducted on her wedding night. She was being married to a Montauk brave, and the Van Tassels, with the complicity of the Narragansett Indians, attacked the Montauks, abducted the queen, the princess rather, because she was royal blood, took her to Sleepy Hollow, and so many Montauk Indians settled in Sleepy Hollow, it's not funny. And of course, FDR was of the Van Tassel clan. He was Dutch, very Dutch. And he was quite a crazy man, as we delineated in the book, The Roswell Deception, and plans to invade Canada, plans to invade every country in the world. And this is in newspapers. Now, when we get to FDR, he was obsessed with the occult. They show in that movie Indiana Jones Hitler being obsessed with the occult. FDR was equally, if not more so, and far more destructive in his intent. And, because he wanted to wipe out every Japanese on the face of the earth. And what he did, he wanted the lucrative drug trade of the British. And this is where we get into the Black Lotus. But indirectly, the Black Lotus flower, which was a very potent drug, and tied back into antiquity, a prophetic drug. And FDR had his own private air force, which became known as the Flying Tigers. But he had these plans to invade Canada, and the British Crown was at that time afraid that Hitler was going to wipe Britain off the face of the earth, which he intended. Well, he didn't want to do that. Hitler didn't want to do that. He wanted the British to be his allies. And he was amazed and surprised that they wouldn't. But Churchill was able to bring the Americans into the war, which saved England. through his connections with his American wife. And he, was able to make an alliance with FDR. But the British Crown was afraid that Hitler was going to invade them, and their escape plan was to go to Canada. But FDR had plans War Plan Crimson, it was called, to invade Canada. He had troops stationed along the border. This is not occult history. It's real history. It's just not talked about. And the British were afraid that they'd have no place to go. So the trade-off was, I'm not going to invade Canada if you give me the opium trade that the British fueled their empire of for centuries. So this was the impetus for World War II, and then the Japanese tried to break up the drug trade because they were trying to restore relations with the Chinese, and the Chinese, and they didn't want, a drugged up China because it made them not a good trading partner. So they began to interfere with shoot the planes down or the drug boats, and the United States didn't like that, and that was, an immediate impetus for the United States to start squeezing Japan, which they wanted to do anyway. They wanted to take over Japan. So they wanted that's on the pragmatic side for the economic side, but on the occult side, FDR wanted those relics. And there's much more significant than we can go into on that, or that I'm even totally aware of. That's more Douglas's department. So basically, FDR wanted to get to a messiah that had risen in Mongolia, a young messiah of which the movie The Golden Child is a mockery and degradation of. It's like, hey, let's take this story and turn it into a comedy with Eddie Murphy. And the Golden Child had miraculous healing powers. And these characters aren't as rare in the Orient as, certainly, not that they're common, but they're less rare in the Orient than they are in the Occident or the West. So he wanted to get this Messiah and get his blood, bring it back, extract his blood to cure his polio. And his agent to do this was Henry Wallace, who was the Secretary of Agriculture who started Monsanto. In the 1930s, he was the Secretary of Agriculture, and he got much more active he was active with sending Roerich into Mongolia, funding him to get the blood, but also the excuse was he was going to go find crops, hardy wheat that they could grow in the Dust Bowl. And then Wallace himself went in the 40s in an attempt to secure the Naga milk, which was the serpents, the Naga serpents, who actually, if you go back into the history of Buddhism, they are foundational to Buddhism, the Naga serpents. But their wisdom, their venom was a prophetic drug, the Naga milk, that Douglas's mother had the unique experience because she had been sent by the emperor.
I'm returned. Go on.
Yeah, thank you. I've been recapping the story of FDR, and now I'm getting to the story, the part where your mother comes into the fold on behalf of the emperor to foil the plans of Henry Wallace to secure a Naga snake.
Yes.
Serpent, better word.
Yes.
And so that they could, bring back this serpent milk and use it for prophetic powers.
Yes.
In FDR's White House.
Yes.
But so anyway, this is all a precursor because I haven't even gotten into Buddha or Mara at this point.
Yes.
But I was just talking about the just sort of talking about how Henry Wallace and all this played into this, and Douglas's mother had a direct role. And there was also separate to, but different than the prophetic drug of the Naga milk was the black lotus flower. And it's a real flower. It's not a hybridization or anything. And it has I don't know how they extract the drug or turn it into a substance, but it is a prophetic drug and a very strong one. And it was this is where Mara fits in. Okay, Mara is as Douglas described it, the Satan to the Buddhists, so to speak, but he's the tempter of the Buddha under the Bodhi tree. And Douglas, in the last transmission, it was like, I don't know whether to describe it as super eloquent or super condensed and informative. It was eloquent.
Thank you.
But it was so rich, I think is the word, rich in information. And when I listened to it, and I'll more or less paraphrase it here because I did transcribe it. It was a short diatribe he gave at the end of our last transmission.
Thank you.
Of course, just as Christ had an adversary called Satan that he wrestled with in the New Testament. And I'm not saying wrestled with physically. That was Jacob who wrestled with the angel named Israel.
Yes.
One definition of Israel is to wrestle. That's one definition. And if you look up your etymology, it could also be interpreted to wrestle with God on the highest level, because Jacob is wrestling with this angel, and the angel turns out, or no, he doesn't turn out to be. He doesn't know he's an angel. He's wrestling it, and it turns out to be an angel that's named Israel.
Right.
And Jacob becomes Abraham is considered the father of Israel, but you could also say Jacob because Jacob was the ladder that would climb. It was symbolic of the very area where he wrestled the angel is what we now know as the Dome of the Rock.
Yes.
So anyway, Buddha had a tempter. And Mara is more of he's not a temptress, but he's in charge of the temptri, the temptresses, the temptri. Now, as I read this, I looked up some of the stuff on Mara today, the conventional stuff, and I had to take issue with it. Not that it should be denied or not paid attention to, because I said this is so contrary to the Dakini lens, lens of the Dakini, which is very positive female energy, as I was alluding to in the last transmission, where at the Buddhist temple upstate, they snipped all the nipples off of the female Buddhists.
Disgusting.
Yeah, because this is going to turn you into, a lecherous llama. And there are many lecherous
llamas. It's kind of a betrayal of their weakness. It's almost like they're stating the weakness aloud. Go on.
Whatever. It just might be what you call unabashed. Yeah. So the Pleiadians, I said the Pleiadians, you took it right out of my mouth. The I meant to say Dakini, who are often associated with the Pleiadian. You can scratch the Pleiadian reference there. The Dakinis are positive that in any area of your life that is suffering, you can call in a Dakini. They have Dakinis for marital woes. They have Dakinis for financial woes. Any woes you have. Academic woes. The Dakini can come and fix anything. There are all these different Dakinis. And there's a video, I think Lotus-Born Master, I think there's 3 series, that holds up. You know, it's somebody trying to share his wisdom that he's obtained from the study of Lotus-Born Master. It's great. It's Tibetan Buddhism, but not in the negative sense, because we've discussed this. Tibetan, I mean, it's like everything. There's Tibetan stuff that's not so good, and there's Tibetan stuff that takes you right into Shambhala. But what was so special about what Douglas talked about was Mara, and it doesn't have to be Mara, is the dweller on the threshold that allows or prohibits passage into what you so eloquently said as to anyone who Mara repels, cosmic seekers who stumble into the interstices between dimensions. Yes. You know, so when you get into the intersection of dimensions, and this is very important for people who have read the books that I've produced, whether as a publisher or as an author or co-author. And I'm thinking particularly regards to Stuart Swerdlow, because he would, if you knew him, and I'm sure he still does, would talk about bleed-throughs. And he experienced bleed-throughs from other dimensions, or he'd be talking to somebody, oh, that's a bleed-through. And these things surface with talking to him. Stuart, he talked about how his family, and not just his children, but his parents, there was like a lot of phenomena around their family. His father was Russian, and they didn't talk about it. Talk about his parents, in other words, in denial. And when I say phenomena that abductees might suffer from. But anyway, he talked about bleed-throughs. So, and this would happen, he had a lot of followers, or whatever you want to call them, students. And when I first published his book, Montauk, the Alien Connection, I was shocked at how many people wrote in and said, me too, me too, me too, so to speak. And I told his wife, we shared very similar views because we were both editors on his book. He listened to me more than he did her because I wasn't his wife. But, you know, he you know, she'd say, no, you should do it this way. But we agreed. But the point was, I told her, I said, all these Me Too's are wannabes.
Yes.
As I got to meet some or many of them, they were genuine Me Too's, and I was surprised at how many people. These people had high intelligence. They had good jobs, but they had experienced bleed-throughs. And they went to Stuart because he was pontificating a similar experience that they could relate to. And, you know, some people swore by him. Some people, you know, perhaps not. But anyway, what's important here is what Douglas articulated. When you get into the realm of interdimensionality, you're in a forbidden zone. And there is, Mata serves as the character who says, "Thou shalt not pass."
Yes.
And there's a good reason for this. You could say the creator's reason. Because human beings don't belong in that zone, no more than you or some idiot holding up his own stop sign belongs in an intersection, directing traffic.
Right.
Or just stumbling through. A blind man with a cane going through the intersection willy-nilly. That don't belong there. So what happens is, most intersections are not policed. They've got lights, and they expect you to be on the honor system. So what happens if somebody goes out there, they get hit by a car? Then the police come. And they come to clean up the mess. Seldom do they do a ticket. You know, they do accident reports. Maybe they call an ambulance. This is what happens when you get to an area like Montauk, or worse yet, in an area like Montauk, for particularly 30 years ago, and this could apply to, you know, your rarefied regions in Tibet as well, Nepal or the surrounding areas, whereby you have Mata's agents or just hungry feeders that are there to feed off of you and to exploit any young, new, innocent blood coming there. That are just to feed off you because you're so unfortunate to walk into this area. And I remember this summer when one of my dear friends, I told everybody to, you know, be very mindful and respectful as we would walk up to Choklavina Cave, because this is a sacred area. You're not going to, I just said, and she got out and was so happy that we got out of the bus, and she's skipping and singing, and I just said, please be respectful. Because she's like being carefree. And it's okay. There was time for joy, but you're in a completely new area, you're in completely new nature. And the last time I was up there, we got stopped by cows that would not, "Thou shalt not pass." And my driver had the hardest time up this steep road. So I'm wary. You know, the cows eventually let us through. There were 3 huge cows on a small road. And it's at a steep climb. So he's like having to gun the car back. So I'm just telling him, be respectful. It's not a time to sing and dance. You don't know who's going to come out of the woodwork next. There was no problem there. But it's not that it's a problem area. It's nature will play its games on you. I will also say, you know, I went to Choklavina Cave in 2014 for the first time, brought there by Daniel, a pretty well-known archaeologist in Romania, who just wanted me to see it. And he took my friends with 2 cars, his car and same driver, who was my friend, also named Daniel. 2 Daniels. And he just took us to the cave. We knew nothing of the cave. And then the next spring, David Anderson said, "Oh, this is a very special cave." He was shocked that I'd been there. Then I started my journey back. I didn't go back till 2016. Again, taking the same driver. He's been with me, I think, on 4 trips. Maybe 3. But we go to the cave and we're searching, and we find another cave, which is the big cave that David Anderson said where there was this element, mineral, hydroxylolestidite. It was evidence of a time reactor, or the function of a time reactor having occurred there 200 to 2,000 years ago. That was 2016 that I discovered the cave with my friends, because we were just, wow, we found another cave. It had a big door on it. We couldn't get through. And then I saw it. I talked about it. One of my friends, I told one of my friends at Atlanticon, Theodore Vasily, who's like the head of the Freemasons in Romania. I told him about it, and he went there. He got inside. He went there twice, but with all of his students. Now, I don't know how he got in. He's got a lot of connections, both as a Freemason and as a not a Freemason. I mean, he's very connected. He never told me how he got in, but he took videos of it. He showed me. I had everybody at Atlanticon who wanted to come. We reserved some time, and he got up and talked about it. I recorded it. And then my party went up there, and we discovered the scout camp. We were not able to get in. And then I went back the following year in 2019 and was able to get into the big wet cave. And eventually, but I got to backtrack. I was making a point here. It took me years. I didn't get into that special cave until last year. So I discovered the cave in 2014. I discovered its significance in 2015, but I did not enter it till 2022. 7 years from when I knew it was important. 8 years from when I was first there. And this was the tradition of the indigenous spirits of Transylvania, the Sulamanari, who initiate you. And then 2016, I was going with Daniel and two other friends. And then my psychiatrist friend followed me, and he offered to use his tent where I wanted to sleep by the cave, access to the cave, because you ask for permissions for the spirits to get in the cave. And my mother-in-law told me, she said, if you do that, you will be severely tested by nature. And was that an understatement? But I said, I'm not going to subject my friend to this. So we all stayed in my favorite hotel there. But we went, and I ended up getting caught in the rain for over an hour. It got totally soaked. And I thought I was going to have to spend the night in the cave with my friend Catalina, because my other two friends, Daniel and my other friend, had been lost. They had it. I think they went through one of these interstices, because my friend's brother had a GPS fix on him, and he had the GPS. He says, "Oh, he's in Kosovo." It's quite a distance. And Daniel, my friends, they kind of were lost. So me and Catalina, we were sitting there I was under a tree. She had a poncho, which I made them all buy in ponchos, but mine was in the car, and I couldn't get in the car. I thought we were going to have to sleep in the cave, or not sleep, but spend the night in the cave. I don't think we would have got much sleeping done. It was too cold and damp.
Nevertheless, spending a night in a cave with a lady isn't too bad a proposition. By the way,
she's a very nice lady. But then I thought we were going to have to walk into the next village and find help. That's what I was prepared to do, which is a good walk to Bosarat. And it was only till last year this year actually, that I met a young girl from Bosarat who said, "Oh yeah, all the kids speak English there. No, you would have been okay." But I didn't know that because I didn't think they have a store in that village. So I thought we were going to have to go get help. But they showed up. My friends showed up, but I was severely tested. And we went home and got dry. And it was, but that was my test. 2 years later, I was able to discover the scout camp. And 3 years later, I was able to enter the wet cave. But it wasn't until after being severely tested by nature, it was 6 years that I got into when I wanted to go. That's like a whole long, slow process of initiation. And what I'm saying is, Mara, this is like where you're supposed to go, not supposed to go. I first went there with like 8 people. None of them got to the cave. It was all our intention. Because I was the only one who went back. So it's like, this is kind of a pragmatic example, because when we're talking about Mara, we're talking about heavy duty initiations. My initiation is heavy duty in a sense. I'm talking about the pragmatic end of it. But when I go on these trips, and I'm going to the same places, I'm building up relationships, not only with my friend German, who runs the camp, but with other people who come, but also with the indigenous energies that are there in a very rich nature. So the nature spirits also, I have a rapport with them. It's not necessarily very translatable into coherency, but it's there. And with people, so it's like you go back every year. And I pretty much go back to Romania every year, and I build up familiarities. So now it's seeming much more like home. Every time I go back, oh, yeah, even though I don't speak the language. It doesn't seem to matter too much. But Mara, Douglas described her, Mara, he, usually referred to as a he, the tempter, as the dweller on the threshold that is there to police initiation. You can't, and as you say, most human beings, like buildings, have zones where you're not supposed to go into. Stadiums. One of my biggest thrills as a kid was going underneath the utility tunnels in the high school. We'd sneak in those tunnels, and kind of it was like we were on the Star Trek ship, They had this one, it sort of reminded me of the engine room in Star Trek. Climbing up this ladder. It was so much fun, but of course we weren't supposed to be there. And that was part of the fun, but this is just a utility tunnel. And I remember one of my friends said, he was a character, he says, "You got to watch out for the mole men, the mole men." What the mole men were the utility guys in hard hats who theoretically worked down there. We never saw anybody down there.
Interesting.
I love that, though, the mole.
Yes.
The mole men. I think I have seen versions of them in video games where you got these mole men in a tunnel that are trying to stop you or something.
Right.
But anyway, Mara, this is Douglas's words, Mara repels, seekers, cosmic seekers who seekers of cosmic secrets who stumble into the interstices between dimensions. Now, there's another component to this. And the component is something I was introduced to in Romania. And it was called the Dacian Tree of Life. And I asked one of my Romanian friends about it, who's esoteric. He says, no, no such thing. He was wrong. The Dacian Tree of Life was a tree of life, and there was one underneath it. I even mentioned it in my newsletter, but I didn't really know anything about it. It's the exact thing Douglas is talking about. It's the tree of antimatter, the tree of death. It's the antithesis of the tree of life, or the anti-gods, because they interpret all of this, and the Edomites worship the anti-gods. The Edomites are the enemy of the Jewish people, which I'm not going to go into. It's biblical, and they are the ones behind the whole nonsense going on in Israel. They are not true adherents of the Jewish religion. And that's not an endorsement or a disparagement of the Jewish religion. They pretend to be the Jewish religion, and they're not. And they've distorted it badly. So they basically represent this anti-God insurgency, anti-theocracy. So the dweller on the threshold becomes worse than, or more adversarial than Mata. It's just where the dark gets into worse than dark. But all of this is stuff that one has to recognize and pass through if one is going on a journey. And so much of the books that we've been talking about, or we haven't been talking about them that much, but that I have been involved with for since 2008 or 9 is the Transylvania series, which is Destination Shambhala. And Radu Sinamar speaks of changing your vibrational frequency so it can align with Shambhala. He also talks about the evil that is a part of the cosmic plan that makes things more difficult. And now we're getting, and of course, Douglas described how the Buddha, in his last moments, according to what is known as the Forbidden Sutra, were the Buddha's last words. When Mata, who had created an imprint on the Buddha under the Bodhi tree, although he was not able to dissuade him from enlightenment, he left an imprint on him with, I'm coming back. Just as we hear in Christianity, Christ will return. Well, Mata came back to revisit the Buddha at his death, or towards his death, or to facilitate his death, actually, which was premature, even though he lived to 80 or thereabouts. And when he took the followers of the Black Lotus had ingratiated themselves to care for the Buddha, and they gave him the Black Lotus, where he had these prophetic visions, which he iterated according to their tradition. And it was sort of like a sermon to the anti-gods. That's very loose wording. But his followers rejected it. But the Black Lotus cult, who had also accelerated these prophetic visions with the Miao drug, which was very much used. Douglas went into some details on this, and he can go into details. I don't know that it's necessary. But this took the Buddha on a, it created sort of a anti-Buddha soliloquy, which the Black Lotus, Brotherhood of the Black Lotus, took to heart and created a whole hidden tradition in Asia that the emperor was very, very well aware of. And the leader of this cult was the Emerald Lama, who was the epitome identified by Aleister Crowley as Lam. And I went back, Douglas, I shared this with Aaron. He thought it was noteworthy because I went back into my book, The Black Sun.
Yes.
And I had written the last chapter goes into this. Let me see here. The last chapter is 35. 35 chapters in this book. It's got an epilogue. But the last chapter is called Crowley. And this is interesting. Just prior to his trip to Montauk, I believe it was 1918, Aleister Crowley engaged in a sexual magic experiment with Roddy Minor, a female chemist whom he named the Camel. In occult significance, camel refers to the ark because it can carry things across the desert. It is a vehicle. According to the Bible, the camel was the animal that carried the Magi. And the ark also represents the Christic energy because it was where the Shekinah glory would manifest on top of it, which is identified with Christ. The most spectacular aspect of Crowley's work with Roddy Minor was that it enabled him to make contact with an extraterrestrial, an entity referred to as Lam. So Lam appeared after he worked with this Roddy Minor, who was kind of a, masculine woman, tough, and I guess that appealed to Crowley's feminine aspect. And Crowley drew Lam's likeness as a bubble-headed gray alien, in quotes. And certain authors in ufology have cited that Crowley was ahead of his time in portraying this alien as one of the grays who have received so much attention. Although none of these authors have yet identified Crowley's connection to Montauk. Now, he goes to Montauk after he connects with Lam, which is interesting in itself. This would cause me to revisit my book, Spandau Mystery, which is a fiction book, and I have little people, but I have the little people being positive and benign instead of like they really might have been, like from the Chocho, the Chichoa, or the Yakuza. There would have been like friendly Yakuza. Well, they were just complete inversions of, they were friendly little midgets. They were friends at the portal. Crowley's work is obscure in this area. And it's time I pay homage to somebody I'm going to mention, because he just passed away. My quote here is, Crowley's work in this area still remains somewhat obscure, but beyond the shadow of a doubt, he has demonstrated himself to be at the forefront of an intriguing scenario. A historian from the OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis, Crowley's organization, has informed me that Crowley wrote diaries while at Montauk, but that he had only been able to turn up one significant piece of information with regard to this. The historian says that Crowley mentioned in his notes that he was going to visit the Montauk clairvoyants, but no further entries were reported. Now, I had meant to pay homage to this historian because he just passed away last week, Jerry Edward Cornelius. He was historian for the OTL. By the time I got to know him, because he wrote to me, he was a fan of the Montauk books, the early Montauk books, especially as they got into Crowley. He was out of Berkeley. He was dedicated. One of his teachers was Grady McMurtry. I never begrudged him his love or passion for Grady McMurtry because he knew Grady. But Grady's the one who got successorship of the OTO. And I exposed this in the book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. He died of a heart attack on the day he got the rights to the OTO, Grady McMurtry. He was more or less on his deathbed already, but he died on the very day. And Israel Regardi, who was in league with him, died of a heart attack too. But Jerry was from Connecticut. The Cornelius family goes back to the beginning of the Massachusetts Bay Colony and all that. Original family, and a very occult family. He had his own experiences. And I hope someday to read his parody. He did. I don't know where it is. It used to be on the internet, but now you can't find it. I mean, you can buy it on the internet, but I have the book somewhere. And a couple people I've had to read just laughed their asses off. It's called The Milkman Letters. And The Milkman Letter, I encourage people to buy this if they want to have a laugh. It's parody, but it's about Aleister Crowley's milkman. And Crowley never pays the bill. And the milkman is named Michael Ray, R-A-E. But this is an allusion to the Archangel Michael and how they're just literally fucking with the Archangel Michael. Crowley is, rather. It's comical. But he did a very good job. He also wrote some parodies, The Lost Chapter from Magic Without Tears, which talks about Montauk. He paid some tribute to Montauk. But Jerry was a meticulous historian. He wrote several books, which he sold to his following. He had an audience. And so I had asked him about who these clairvoyants were. And he says, I said, did this come from a historical reference or, an occult inspiration? He says, I think it's an occult inspiration. He says, it's blocked. He couldn't come up. So it's just basically his word. But he never said anything more about him, just that Crowley was going to visit the Montauk clairvoyants. Now, this is all in line with Crowley's trip to Montauk after his sexual magic with the camel, Roddy Minor, where he connects with Lam. When he connects with Lam, he goes to Montauk. And thank you, Jerry. Crowley's work with Lam not only links to Montauk, but to all of the various themes I have offered in this entire book. This begins with the idea that LAM is a praetor-human intelligence, just as occultum, which is white gold, is praetor matter. I go into a whole diatribe on white gold in this book. It says, and this is, I'm writing from my knowledge at this time, which is, about 1997. LAM is actually an archetypal subconscious factor that exists deep within our mental structure. It is linked to the blueprint room I referred to earlier. Because I did a whole analogy of a blueprint room where things get thought out before they go into the physical plane. Tesla sort of saw blueprints in his mind before he'd execute his technology. Magicians in the past have referred to this quote-unquote blueprint room as Relaya, R''Lyeh, Relaya, a region which contains the sleeping or hidden god Cthulhu. In Cthulhu, the C is silent and the word is pronounced Tulu, Tulu, a direct reference to, I say, Thule. That's the Thule Society. I don't know if that's accurate, but it's related because this stuff gets co-opted, or what's the word? Remored, like a remora gets lopped on.
Right.
All of the gods within Relaya are known as the Forgotten Ones, which is another name for the elder gods or elder race. This can be extended as well to the blue race. We're talking about an older race. LAM is therefore a guardian at the gateway to the hidden God, which reaches us through the deepest aspects of our psyche. LAM links back in time as a representative of the elder race. This gets messy because the elder race is looked at as something, our forgotten ancestors, but there's a meddlesome, thou forbidden ones. This is a problem. It's like you're not going back to your, like if you went back to your grandfather and great-grandfather and great-great-grandfather, they might tend to treat you with a lot of affection and respect because you're part of the same genetic line, depending on your family. And there's a great affinity there because it's the same DNA. You might even look like them. But with the elder race, it's like you're going back. It's like going back to the dinosaurs. They're not even going to look at you. They eat you. Just because it's a different mode of consciousness. So this is what I was swimming with many years ago. I say the concept of the Forgotten Ones was popularized by H.P. Lovecraft, who at the very least demonstrated remarkable intuition when he wrote about these praetor-human intelligences buried deep within the subconscious. Lovecraft was also known for his strange association with the Nazis, as well as some of Crowley's contemporaries. For the official record, Lovecraft was simply a writer. If he was something more like a practicing magician, his writing certainly shows signs of it. There are legends and stories of time travel associated with Lovecraft, but that is another subject. When we consider the Tibetan connection, it is interesting to note that Crowley defines LAM as the Tibetan word for way or path. The implication is that LAM is the way back home. While that is not incorrect, there is an even more apropos definition that corresponds to LAM. While researching the work of Budge, the famous Egyptologist who wrote what we know as the Tibetan or the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which is more correctly titled The Coming Forth by Day, which is the opposite of what Michael Aquino wrote, The Coming Forth by Night, to reverse that. But while researching the work of Budge, my attention was perked when he referenced a book called The Swastika by Thomas Wilson. Budge said Wilson's book was the most exhaustive and authoritative work ever compiled on the swastika. The swastika, a book written in 1898, was not easy to find. My curiosity was understandably aroused over the fact that the author was a Wilson. I did get the book through my library. I think it came all the way from Albany on the lending program, sort of like you used to do, Douglas. It was the lending program of the library system.
Yes.
It turned out that Thomas Wilson, in the course of his work as a curator for the Smithsonian Institute, had assembled all the artifacts and information he could gather on the swastika. He found that it was a truly universal symbol that was basic to all mankind. Artistic descriptions of it extended all the way across the Orient to the Native Americans. The swastika was most conspicuous in Tibet and China, where it designated a whirling motion or a vortex of creation, as it signifies the source of. The definition not only implies, but directly refers to the concept of a black sun as a black void of creation. Even more interesting was Wilson's definition of the Tibetan word lama, commonly thought to designate a guru or religious leader. Although lamas are often considered monks, Tibetans do not even consider them to be one and the same. Wilson's scholarship revealed that the word lama was originally pronounced L-A-M-H, where the H was silent. So it'd be lam-ma. The word lama is lam. It's silent H. Here we arrive at the identical phonetic sound of Aleister Crowley's lam. Wilson additionally points out that lam or lama means cross and equates it to the swastika. Right when I was writing this book, this chapter, I was attending the Taoist Holy House in Queens, where I was going. And Peggy says, Master want to see you. Master want to see you. You come up and you ask any question. Now, I'd been there quite a few times. So I'm being led up the stairs. I'd never been up the stairs in the house before. It's about three floors. And some other guy comes with me. And he takes me up and I see the master. And, you know, he said, I can ask any question. The master didn't give me didn't give me an opportunity to ask anything. He just starts talking, and Peggy was translating, and she turns it over to her sister, and somebody else came. It was like all these translators kept coming in and coming out. It was really funny. And he started talking about the cross through a translator, because he only spoke Cantonese. And he's saying, this cross you see on the church is not the true cross. He kept talking about that. He was talking like right out of what I was writing here. I couldn't believe it. And then I told him what I was writing, and they'd always say, if you write about the Tao, you let me see it first. Like they wanted to approve what I wrote. I did not party to that, you know, but they don't control me. But I always honored and respected him. My one regret there, Douglas, is they had offered me to go to Taiwan for like $800. That included the flight,
Wow,
the accommodation,
yeah,
and, you know, to attend the Holy House over there and just to see Taiwan. And I was in the throes of my divorce. It wasn't good timing.
Understood.
But it was, I always appreciated the invitation. If they would renew it for double the price, it would be worth it. I'd go.
Thank you.
But the master's passed away. The master was always sick too. Always sick. He was old.
Oh.
But it was like the Qigong and Taoist Qigong that I practiced and learned was not on the same frequency. They were a different tradition. But they were, you know, very nice people. And they even came to visit me one time. They wanted to come to my house. They brought some guy from Toronto. She says, have tea and cookies. Okay. So I got them tea and cookies. We had a nice time. But I learned some interesting things there. I hope to return someday. Let me see here. So anyway, the master calls me up there and he tells me about the cross. And so I'm saying, I just said that Wilson points out that lam or lama means cross and equates to the swastika. Here we have the Christian cross with Jesus saying, I am the way. Crowley defines lam as the way or the path. When we have the way or path becoming the cross or swastika, we have the key to it all referred to in the Book of the Law. This key, in actual fact, refers to the geometric unfoldment of existence, and the source of all creation is coming from a black void or regenerative process as exemplified in the female. I later learned that this is all tied to the DNA. Again, we have the concept of the black sun. Although there are many meanings for the black sun, all the definitions derive from the idea that the power stems from the void of creation itself. It does not need to be made any more complex than that. And this is exactly what we see in the Radu Sinamar books, where he goes into detail with scientific explanations of how we all emanate from the black sun inside the earth. And there's black suns inside the galaxies, the universe. The more common definitions of the swastika also include good, bon, B-O-N, or benediction. The su, S-U, in the Sanskrit word swasti, S-U-A-S-T-I, means source. When you add ka, K-A, you have swastika, or swastika, meaning source of the spirit or source of the good spirit, where ka is spirit and su is source. All of the above gives an interesting correspondence as follows. Lam equals lama, L-A-M-A, equals lam, L-A-M-H, equals cross, equals swastika, equals source, equals black sun, equals hidden god. The name for the hidden god in Egypt was Mon. This is according to Madame Blavatsky. Mon, we know that the god is Aman, but she said the name for the hidden god was Mon. Now, there's something else that maybe this is something I could get your feedback on, Douglas. And I said, I discovered an even more remarkable synchronicity to these correspondences after I had finished the initial draft of the book. I found a Tibetan tour guide, meaning a pamphlet, which indicated that the greatest and most colorful festival in all Tibet was and is known as the Monlam Festival. Monlam. It was held annually until 1959 when the Chinese prohibited it. The festival was resurrected in a diluted form in 1986 and has been held annually ever since. According to history, the Monlam Festival was instituted in the early 1400s by Tsongkhapa, a Lama whose tradition and successorship is outside the clerical hierarchy of the Dalai Lama. A Tibetan monk has relayed to me that the Monlam Festival is similar to what we know as Mardi Gras. It is quite festive, with monks and pilgrims pouring in from all over Tibet. While monks engage in philosophical debate, there are large sculptures made of butter, and a huge statue of Maitreya, the future coming of the Buddha, is carried around by a procession. Monlam follows the Tibetan New Year celebration and begins on the 4th day of the first lunar month. The fact that the celebration concerns prayers or the will demonstrates yet another correspondence. The words themselves betray not only the black sun, as in Mon, but the various synchronicities encountered in the Montauk phenomena that I wrote about. We further learn from Kenneth Grant's Kabbalistic work that the word vril fits into the above word equations where lam equals mon. By using the Hebrew system of numbers, gematria, Grant demonstrates that vril corresponds to lam. In his definition, vril exists as a magical force set in motion by orgasm for the purpose of invoking beings or entities from outside. The creatures from outside include the deepest archetypes in our mind, such as the forgotten ones or the elder race. Those entities remember the ancient blue race and the principles of occultum, which is white gold, for they were the ones who pioneered the operation. This prompts a question: is how does this white gold, which is basically a conductor, a superconductor, relate to these prophetic drugs, such as Black Lotus? Occultum is a known way to access this realm of consciousness back in the blueprint room, as I have called it, or Relaya. And I mentioned that Crowley was chosen as an initiate of these secrets, and we see clear evidence of this in card number 14 of his own tarot deck. And my friend, Madam X, I called her, or Chelsea Floor, she said, this is a very important, which you've stumbled upon here. His card Art, which is called Alchemy in the Rider-Waite deck. We find across the top of the card an ancient alchemical phrase in Latin: Visita interiora terra rectificando ingenius occultum lapidum. This translates in English to, visit the interior parts of the earth. By rectification thou shalt find the hidden stone. The initials for the above Latin make the word vitriol, which means the universal solvent. Crowley also describes this as the universal medicine, which is sometimes a stone, sometimes a powder, and sometimes a tincture. Now, this vitriol and this phrase is what's written on Christian Rosenkranz's tomb. It's the hallmark of the alchemical marriage. It's the uniting of the yin and the yang, or the male and the female. And that's this is what vitriol symbolizes. And so basically, he says, visit the interior of the earth, and by rectification thou shalt find the hidden stone. So that's fascinating that my earlier work evolves into where I'm going with the Radu Cinema stuff, which is going into the inner of the earth. It's an issue. But here we have, standing at the dweller on the threshold, in this instance we have Crowley, who was always at the gateway to my Montauk research, not necessarily a formidable gatekeeper. And I guess what you'd say, a much less troublesome one than Michael Aquino. Much less troublesome. And I don't mean to minimize the hazards associated with him. But he was more like less adulterated than Aquino. He was, so I talked some stuff about Crowley and Atlantis, but I'm not going to digress into that. Not that it's not interesting. So, these are just things I stumbled upon in doing when I was work with the Black Sun. And I'm hoping that we can do a follow-up, the Black Sun Revisited, when we go deep into the Third Reich's connection to all of this.
Yes.
But that again is a separate subject. Harking back to, anyway, the bottom line was you gave such a good description of Mara. Mara is the dweller on the threshold that's there to impede our progress or serve as a gatekeeper.
Yes.
Like, how do you get through? It will throw up tests. Like, your tests will be different than my test, will be different than her test or his test. We're all different, and then where are we going? And I've always sort of known that if you're allowed to go somewhere, it's because you're meant to be there. And where you're meant to go, you have no problem getting into.
Yes.
Or when you're ready. So, now, time for feedback from Douglas.
Well,
I've been talking for a long time. So.
No, that's fine. I think that I certainly feel that everything you've brought up is profound, and certainly the audience is responsive. We have very high numbers, and I appreciate everyone being here. A shout out to Clarice Claudette, that wonderful lady who has provided me care packages that I have been using forever, and they're without them, my life would be much the harder, I assure you. They've certainly made life possible to a greater degree in terms of just keeping me alive in some cases. Some electrical implements that she provided, including a kind of power surge suppressant gang plug combination. So, blessings unto she, and welcome aboard in the chat, as well as, of course, so many other wonderful people who are with us. So with that being said, the first things that come to mind would be just kind of talking about what wells up in my mind and what I will be pursuing in terms of trying to find in the Hoarder's Crypt, that is my residence. So that I can better perhaps put some polish or some, shall we say, rounding out to information I've already provided. Clarice Claudette says in the chat, Rudolf Steiner talks about the Rosicrucians and the Aramonic overlay and Luciferic. What do you think about this? Perhaps another time about that, Clarice.
I'd like to hear what he has to say on it.
Yeah.
That's just a comment from me, that's all.
Yeah. It's Rudolf Steiner, of course, is highly specialized in terms of his own cosmology. And the only thing that really comes to my mind most immediately when I think of Rudolf Steiner is two things come to mind. One was, of course, he was written about in a book called The Spear of Destiny by this former Special Air Services commando who felt that he was the Nazis' enemy number one, at least at the time when they were ascending to power. And he articulates why he feels this way about that. And of course, this is a clash of occult schools that could be happening. The other thing that I remember is that there was a child in Germany who refused to attend school because there was a crucifix on the wall, which was simply there since the Middle Ages. And but his parents were Steinerians, and they had raised him to have an aversion to the crucifix. So I know that an aversion to Christianity is an element of the Steinerian philosophy. And so she qualifies that she means as a relic spiritual overlay. Okay, thank you for that. And it could be that Steiner's perspective on the cross was that it was a relic spiritual overlay. Not that this is at all what you were trying to communicate, but it's this is the synchronicity. This is the synchronicity of what people bring up. And she gives me a symbol of a peacock. Thank you, honey. Acknowledging, of course, that which is within me. So when it comes to the Steinerian episode, it could be simply that they felt that, like Muslims feel about iconography, Muslims feel that you should never portray people because that is idolatry. So they don't approve of icons, and therefore, because they feel that that's a form of worship of something or someone lesser than Allah. And perhaps the Steinerians simply feel that way about the crucifix without any negative judgment on Christianity itself. Such, was the stuff of German courts. This was back in the 80s or 90s, I believe. But when it comes to, she says he talks a lot about the harmonic. I believe she means harmonic force, as in,
Harmonic.
yeah. And but all of that aside, because it's not my area of specialty, what I would say is that the first thing I would tend to would be the question of the young man who has that incredibly complicated name. And I will reference back to his question and kind of put that into perspective, because that will lead us back into some other elements of what needs to be brought forth for the sake of the book and educating the populace at large. So what he says here is the tree of life. That's my computer screen. Excuse me, because everything I have moves around on a table, and I'm trying to balance that out with my sandwich that I have. So try not to spill the sandwich while, which is half eaten, while attending to accessing my computer screen. So again, he asked if the Tree of Life by Mara is something that we could reference on the internet, or is the actual image hidden. I've seen alternative Tree of Life diagrams, although I don't know which is his or how to tell. So here's the first thing to clarify, so that everybody understands. This is a convergence of concepts. This is not the way to approach the issue of what you're researching. Mara is a completely independent concept intellectually from the Tree of Life and Death, which is completely separate from what this young gentleman is looking for some indication of in terms of Russia or Russia. It's pronounced distressingly close to Russia, which is the anti-tree period, antithetical to the Tree of Life and Death. So that people understand, you will find Kabbalistic diagrams of the Tree of Life quite readily, and most of these are incomplete. They're intentionally incomplete. But you'll find the Etz Hashayim. The Etz Hashayim, or the Hashayim, that's the Tree of Life. And so the Etz is the tree, the Ahayim, that's the life itself. And then there is the Klipoth, which is the Tree of Death. They are inseparable. Even the Tree of Life you're going to commonly find on the internet, the most of these are going to be incomplete diagrams. The Etz Hashayim that you're going to find on the internet is usually going to be missing a few elements. First, it's going to be missing Da'ath. And Da'ath is pivotal. So you're going to find these trees of life that don't even have the most pivotal element of the tree. So Da'ath is going to be something that would be up towards close to the Sephiroth, or the upper spheres. And it is that which connects them to everything else in the universe. So the Da'ath is the, think of Archimedes. Archimedes said, give me a platform and a lever and, a stable enough platform and a large enough lever, and I could move the world. So this is the Archimedean lever, and this is where a person would want to be as a sorcerer, where they could reformulate the universe. So Da'ath is where it's at. And for that reason, most of the time you're not going to find it on any diagram of the Tree of Life. So most of the trees of life you get are just going to be pure bullshit. it's just fluff. So people use this to kind of like popular astrology. It may prove to be of some use to you. But it's really not useful to anybody who's doing any serious occult work. Then some of the trees you find on the internet will also have the Tree of Death. Now, this is rare, and I don't know why, but it's somehow considered quote-unquote evil. So when it comes to the Sephiroth, these are the heavenly realms, and the Klipoth of the Tree of Death, these are the lower realms. And so when it comes to these, without them, it's just your Tree of Life makes no sense and is going to wither and die. So the Tree of Life, just understand that below the Tree of Life hang these entrails, polyped by the 10 qliphothes. Or in, the original Hebraic dialect, more like qlipote, qlipot. Literally husks or shells or peels. The singular would be qlifa or husk. So the qlipa, these are the representation of the impure or evil spiritual forces. But this dangling extestinal tract mulches beneath the realm of earth as, or Malkuth, the material world, as Tijmit, or the tree of death. So understand, Hashayim and Tijmit, they are completely interdependent. They cannot exist without each other. So this is all part of the ecosystem of our cosmology. And this is what enables life to prosper above that line of Malkuth, is all of the qlipotic shells, the polyps, the shattered spheres of evil and disease, containing the ancient dimensions whose energies decayed into forms inimical to all positive forms of life and existence. They are themselves infertile and lifeless, with no independent existence. They're vacuous apparitions sustained in their seeming vitality and existence only by the very divine light they have captured. Humanity's damned. So by way of Kabbalah, evil has no life of its own, as the very source of evil is both intrinsically connected to and yet parasitic in relation to the divine light. But nevertheless, it's mutual, and nothing above that dividing line of Malkuth would really exist or function in a way that enables Malkuthian or material life without those roots. So those are the roots of the tree of life. So understand that they're one, they're the same. They are basically the best way that the ancients could convey reality diagrammatically on a two-dimensional surface. So what the Department of Defense did was they put all of this into a computer and rendered it 3D. And to my knowledge, I've never seen anyone in the civilian world do this. It's kind of like Peter Moon accessed what he called, this book on the swastika through an interlibrary loan. That's what the civilians would call it. In the military, we called it OCLC, or Online Cataloging and Library Cooperation Program. But when it came to certain things that the military did with computers, I've never seen civilians replicate them. Maybe someone will take this idea now and do it themselves. If so, I would ask why. There's nothing good can come of it, because the two-dimensional representation of the diagram of our cosmos is all you need. It's all that's going to service you for anything you're going to do. If you're trying to go beyond that, you're up to no good. So there are people who would be working with the tree of death below the tree of life and would still be doing okay, in the sense that they're simply operating within the ecosystem. But if you're trying to go beyond that, you're entering the realm of extracosmic abominations. And that is what they did. They basically used a modern supercomputer processing, and in 3 dimensions, they were able to enter a fourth. In other words, they were able to conceptualize through their processing a dark reverse mirror image of the Sephirotic tree of life and death. So behind Etz Hashayim, which by extension, by implication, includes the Tijmit, the tree of death, behind those 2 trees is a realm of anti-life, the antimatter universe, the antimatter cosmos, which would be diagrammatically represented by a tree of anti-life and anti-death. This is the realm of the undead. So that is Russia, the unholy, extraneous to God and the divinity's creation. At this point, you're an Edomite. You're entering Edomite territory. This is the realm of the anti-gods. So this is what people need to understand. The tree of death is not the realm of the anti-gods. That's the realm of the devils and the demons, and the devils and the demons. That would be the realm of Mara. So Mara would be down there, but it's not like it's his tree. Indeed, it's mostly referred to as the sewers of Seth, as in Sethin, the ancient Egyptian god of death and disease. Hopefully this puts things in some perspective. With that, of course, it brings me more to thinking about Mara himself, the dweller on the threshold. And understand that he's... if I were to remember his history as taught to me by my mother, and remember, my mother was not just a ninja, but also a member of the occult bureau of Japan, the ONMYORYO, which still exists. If you do research on this, they're going to tell you, oh, the ONMYORYO was a thing of the past, that this is something that even before World War II, the Meiji Emperor abolished in his modernization program. No, what happened was on the death of its last proper Grand Master, Haruo, Tsuchimikado Haruo. I almost tremble at saying that name. My mother would not say it out loud except in certain circumstances, in ritual, because you're implying this man is an emperor. Mikado means emperor. Understand that. So Tsuchimikado means an emperor of the dark. So Haruo Tsuchimikado, that was a title. Tsuchimikado was known only by one name, Haruo, and he was the emperor of the dark. And so the emperor, regaining secular power, said that on his death, now notice the emperor did nothing to disturb this man. It was simply on his death, the emperor said, there'll be no more recognition of an emperor of the dark. There is only one emperor in Japan. But the functions of his organization were split into 3 organizations, 2 of which fell under the purview of the Imperial Japanese Navy. One, the astrology department, was allowed to exist under the last Onryo no Kami. That is a man who is a spirit in human form, like myself, possessed by the peacock angel. The entity that possessed this individual, Onryo no Kami. Understand, Onryo itself is a very dark term. Onryo would imply the man is immortal by will. Onryo no Kami would mean that he is on the side of the nature gods, but has willed himself to an eternal existence, and his flesh will decay with the ages until, because he's still honoring nature, he's not preserving himself in antithesis to natural, shall we say, functions of decay, then the flesh and the internal organs will ultimately disintegrate, go back to nature. In that transitional period is the most horrific, when they're crawling with maggots and still walking and talking without pain, but able to interact with the normal mortals, who of course interact with them only under dire necessity. But these are what in Western terms would be understood as a lich or a lishk, an undead sorcerer of incredible power. So even though the emperor said there's only one emperor after Tsuchimikado Haruo, the man who was still left in a state of unliving was Tsuchimikado Herinaga. And you notice Hari, like breath, Hare, like Harikiri, and Nyaga, like the Nyaga serpent, the serpent of the breath, the serpent of the chi, the ki. Harinaga, the last Onryo no Kami. And that went on for a while until it was also abolished and absorbed into the Jinggikan in 1872. Then the Jinggikan was abolished in 1945 simply because it scared the Americans to death, and its functions were absorbed into the Imperial Household Agency as the Shikibu Shoku, the Board of Ceremonies. So the Board of Ceremonies, which still performs many of the old ritual functions of the ONMYORYO, the occult department of Japan, which is eternal, is but the latest of which the series of divinations on the enthronement of the new emperor, its function that the public knows about. That's the postmodern version and descendant of the ONMYORYO. So the ancient Japanese wizards, the onmyoji, are always with us. So the onmyoji, my mother was one, as well as a ninja through her ancestral privilege. And it must be understood that it was through this that what she taught me reaches you, and this is something that 99.9% of Japanese would never know. So it's extreme information. If you were to speak to most Japanese about it, they would have no idea what you are talking about. But yet, if they did their research, they would find everything I say to be true. Mara, M-R-A, M-A-R-A, as it would be Romanized. Understand that there's no American spelling or English spelling for this entity. This is just a Latinization or a Romanization of the ancient Pali or Sanskrit. He was first worshipped as an Hindu deity in ancient India, but the emergence of Buddhism allowed the spread of Mara's influence. Today, he is known to Japanese Buddhists as an enemy of enlightenment, an obstacle to overcome, though pockets of corrupt cultists still worship him. So you understand he's still viewed as part of this tree of life and death. And the Kabbalah, and the reason why it is accessible to myself through my Asian background, is because of the sundering of the tribes in Israel and the fleeing of the true Israelites to Japan, where, of course, the Shield of David and the Ark of the Covenant, elements thereof, were integrated into the Japanese imperial tradition of the Yamato bloodline. So just understand that throughout Japanese history, a secret battle raged between the forces of light and darkness. The kami are the spirits, the gods, the forces of nature, and the oni, the demons, the devils. These are the devils dwelling outside our reality, seeking footholds here since before the age of man. And the kami have struggled to hold the oni back by using humanity, or humans, as their tools of war. So if one were to try and understand the oni, what exactly this race of malevolent beings is, then that would take a foray into Japanese, what the Americans would consider mythology, but is truly prehistory. So in terms of my trying to recall or remember again everything taught to me by my mother, then of course it requires my, let's just put it this way. The oni are a greater servitor race. The very word oni translates, I think it would transliterate into the English best as ogre or fiend. It would be an accurate appraisal of these beings. Buddhist priests declare that oni are the physical manifestations of the cosmic force of evil itself, the malignant beings that easily travel between the realms of the living and the dead to taunt and torture humanity. But they're a humanoid race. They've long been considered uniformly cruel by the Japanese. They're very fond of horse flesh as a food, which to the Japanese is incredibly offensive, because like a cowboy, to a samurai, the horse is the difference between life and death. It is what keeps a samurai alive in terms of the transportation it provides. So harm coming to a horse just to provide the foodstuff for such an entity is offensive to Japanese sensibilities beyond description. But the Oni are basically the greater servitor race of Yomi, the underworld of the dead. In other words, the tree of death itself, as well as Jigoku, or the Buddhist hells. Again, all klipothic. Oni, they serve more powerful beings as enforcers, torturers, guardians. That is, if they're kept on a tight leash. I feel it's important to go into them a bit simply because of what happens to a person who fails with Mara. But when it comes to if they're left to their own devices, Oni can cause untold suffering on Earth. The regent of Jigoku, M-O, it would be spelled like E-M-M-A-O, a capital O, of course, to imply divinity. In this case, a infernal divinity. M-O is considered the lord and ruler of the Oni. So I could go into their physical features and the like, but I don't feel that's necessary right now. Basically, for the more important historical aspect, the distinguished heavenly kami, the Kotowa Matsukami. Kotowa Matsukami comprised, it's kind of like a heavenly diet or congress. It comprises the greatest powers of the spirit world, dwelling in the higher celestial or celestial plane. And in ancient days, they empowered human agents, teaching them magical techniques to support their human followers. The sun goddess, Ame Torasu Omi Kami-sama, the goddess of Japan, essentially, whom I spracketh of in our last few episodes, sent her own grandson, Ninigi no Mikoto, bodily, to do battle with the Oni-spawned beasts of the earth. And being a man, or at least half a man, very much like half human, half divine, like Heracles or Jesus Christ, this kami took a wife and sired a bloodline that would eventually rule all of Japan, beginning with Jimmu Tenno, the first emperor of the Yamato bloodline. Not to be outdone or outflanked, the Oni also bred with human captives, spawning an awful race of ogres who made war against humanity from that day on. And humanity's defenders were the warriors that upheld the strictest code of honor, the samurai, and those that revered the kami and drew strength from their spiritual power, the priests of Shinto. And after centuries of war, humanity at last smashed the great ogre armies, but only because the Oni withdrew their support of the monsters. Unbeknownst to either side, the devils had found new servitors within the weak heart of humanity itself, the Edomites. Because just as the tribe of Israel, the true Israelites, migrated to Japan and initiated overnight the revolution in industry from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age, The Edomites also migrated following them and found themselves in contact, collaboration with humanity's enemy, the Oni. This is the convergence of Western and Eastern cosmology that no one in the West or the East knows of, except for the Emperor of Japan and a few people in history like my mother. The Mage Kings of China, the Vampire Kings, who of course have gone underground literally since the coming of the communists, living in great caverns beneath mainland China that the communists cannot or dare not penetrate. All of this, of course, bringing us back to Mara himself, what he is, what he might want, or how he behaves. So, as I said, originally worshipped as a god in India, migrating with Buddhism and becoming a kind of antithesis to God. The dweller on the threshold, which is what Mara is, as I've articulated, he's not a being of direct physical confrontation, but rather his arena is one of the mind. Mara, after a contest of wills, using one's willpower to, well, as Adolf Hitler said, a triumph of the will is what can lead to a conquest of the world itself. At any rate, once in Mara's grip, all illusions and mental constructions appear very real to the target. To suffer death in Mara's realm means death from fright in the material realm, in Malkuth. And Mara will also try to tempt his victim by tapping into the person's deepest, most hidden desires and making them manifest. And if the person succumbs, basically, usually they'll become insane, corrupt, while gaining forbidden knowledge. If a person willingly succumbs without resistance, then he is transformed or instantly reincarnated into a servitor of Mara, either as a disgusting Oni or an evil Onryo spirit. Now, as I said, with the remaining leader of the ancient organization of the Onmyoryo, Tsuchi Mikado Harinaga, the last Onryo no Kami, the last wraith. If you were to imagine him as being similar to something you could understand in the West, the closest thing would be the faceless Tolkien wraiths in service of Sauron. That when the bones themselves disintegrate and there's nothing left but the force of the will that maintains the shape of a hood, that's when you're dealing with Onryo. And the Onmyoryo are basically, essentially, an ancestral kami of hostile disposition, the malevolent spirit of a person only of rank or influence, who didn't die a natural death or died in a state of extreme anger or resentment. They appear as they did in life, but with a much darker aspect. But with what I was told about Onryo no Kami, Tsuchimikado Harinaga, he appeared as a 12-foot-high black-cloaked skeleton. Death manifest. Of course, he's still in Japan. And it was he who my mother turned to defeat the Emerald Lama by summoning Mara. That's something I've never told anyone in my entire life.
Who was defeating Mara?
It took Tsuchimikado Harinaga, the Onryo no Kami, the last of the great ancient Japanese sorcerers, the last of the great Onmyoji, to summon Mara himself to defeat the Emerald Lama.
Okay.
Again, an Onryo is a person of great will or spirit whose life was cut off unnaturally and who intends to make everybody pay for the affront. They're eaten away by hate and are beyond redemption. Such spirits are incredibly evil by human standards, as their continual desire for power has warped them into a totally alien mindset. Onryo, they sometimes haunt their monument or mausoleum, but are not constrained to any place. These aren't bound entities. Their attitude toward the living is, well, Onryo see humans as sheep that exist to supply them with power. So this is not some genteel or benevolent sorcerer. There's no Gandalf the Grey in reality. That truly is a stuff of fantasy. It takes evil to fight evil. It takes someone dark and damned to take on the anti-gods. This is why the devils and demons are your allies. They're no one, no thing you ever want to play with or cavort with. They can be your allies, but never your friends. And this is something that the Kempeitai, the descendants of the ninja, the postmodern institutionalization of espionage, turned to in the darkest hour when the Americans had dispatched Franklin Delano Roosevelt, had dispatched Henry Wallace to recover the Mongolian Christ child and the Nyaga, and industrially reverse engineer the Nyaga milk, their venom, for American exploitation if he could. And he had the technology to do so. He was a genetic engineer whose company was the forerunner to Monsanto. My mother foiled that, but unable to rescue the Christ child, she made certain that the Americans didn't get him either, and ordered his execution. All that was described in detail in interviews that are available here on my channel. People will find them easily. When it comes to the details of what happened in the battle between Mara and the Emerald Lama, this is a battle between an agent, an entity of our cosmos, our infernal external tree of death, against the anti-gods of a tree of anti-life and anti-death, a tree of the undead, which exists opposite our tree of life and death. This entire universe of the undead is the universe of the anti-gods. That is what is infiltrating our universe and corrupting it. So people who try to summon demons are often fooled into summoning Edomite entities or anti-gods rather than the devils and demons of our universe, in which case whatever bargains one makes are null and void, beyond any kind of guile or deviousness or trickery that would be implied by a devil or demon from hell itself. The Edomite entities would, of course, simply lie, and the sorcerer or the summoner would quickly find themselves essentially a slave for eternity or consumed. So hopefully this is enough to put some context into the subject, and if I recall anything more, I'll be happy to relate it. Back to you, dear Peter.
No, it's very good. I mean, it's very, this stuff gets more and more involved. It goes down a lot of footnotes and rabbit holes, because life is you know, it's like when I first heard of the story of the Emerald Llama, it's like, okay, wow. But there's so many subplots and substories which demonstrate to us that life is a continuing series of repetitive dramas that have variations. Sometimes the same players, sometimes different players that mimic or resemble the other players.
Yes, and understand, of course, 2 points to be made. Of course, the death of the Emerald Llama was but temporary. The cult of the Black Lotus seeks out the next Emerald Llama to replace him in an incarnation. But that, of course, takes time. And then the person has to come of age, as I've described in past transmissions. So this, of course, ended the Emerald Llama's influence in the Second World War. Another reason why the Allies lost, because the Emerald Llama was one of their greatest hopes. He was connected to the Allies via Röhrig and his cult, which, of course, had consumed Henry Wallace. And this, of course, is why America is still under his thrall via Monsanto. And, of course, this connects ultimately to the Emerald Llama in Central Asia. And when it comes to, of course, the hope that is provided, hope is to be had in the sense that the anti-gods and the Adamic entities, their servitors, and whether their servitors are certain relic populations or human infiltration, there is a hope for ultimately expelling them, perhaps at some point in human history in toto, because they are alien to the ecosystem of our universe, unlike the devils and demons of the infernal realms, which are so essential to a functioning cosmic ecosystem, our functioning cosmology. These are, as I said, the equivalent of industrial effluvia or nuclear waste, nuclear byproducts or toxic byproducts of a chemical factory, a chemical spill, or a gas leak, or a nuclear power plant meltdown. It requires a toxic cleanup on a cosmic scale of occult banishing. But the hope is that it's still possible to have an endpoint to the struggle, to cleanse our universe of this poisoning, this radioactive, chemical, toxic assault on our ecosystem in the cosmic sense. Back to Peter.
Well, exactly. Perhaps, you know, it's like this is, we've talked about, you know, the Emerald Llama, the Edomites, the Herodians. These are all very negative influence that are still with us today. They are not only representative of the, quote, good guys and, quote, bad guys we see in the news media. They're representative of the news media itself. And I guess what you'd say that which is antithetical to life.
Yes.
Tucker Carlson has been coming out as a real, he's trying to be the radical renegade.
What a... I can't even begin to describe my contempt.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and it's, this is what we live amongst. And I see so many people posting in the image. They don't realize it. They're actually, as I alluded to they're living out the drama stated in the New Testament. Forgive them, they know not what they do. You know, they're listening to people who are just...
Of course, I would argue myself to never forgive them, for they know exactly what they do.
Well, I'm about the more innocent bumbler who's just trying to get along, you know, trying to, you know, swashbuckle his way through a bunch of information crap.
There you go.
He hasn't realized that he's in the sewer.
Yes, what my greatest admonition to all humanity would be to not consume blindly. Unfortunately, these people, how are they to know what is what? And they're swimming in the sewer and they get infected. People who have found myself, we understand that this channel is the lotus, not the black lotus, but any other lotus. This is the lotus that grows above the sewage. The lotus, of course, is famous for floating in shit water, the water that's festooned with human feces in order to fertilize the crops.
That's literally where the black lotus comes from.
The black lotus, or any lotus, the lotus floats above the shit but grows on top of it. But it's this beautiful blossom that represents, like the Buddha, a blossom of light, elegance, and enlightenment above literal fecal matter. That's why the lotus is so symbolic to Buddhism, just as the dung beetle is symbolic to the Egyptians as that which recycles fecal matter, literal shit, into new life, rolling it into balls that generate new life from the dead, from the waste. The lotus is the beautiful plant that grows above the night soil, where the humans have placed all of their shit to help fertilize the next crop. The lotus blossoms above all that as something that is above the sewer of shit that many a GI in Vietnam would find themselves wading through, and would never dream of lowering themselves any further than their boots. And yet the moment fire would erupt and the enemy opened up to avoid being penetrated by lead, every GI dove into that shit water immediately. This is something that was emphasized as a kind of allegory by Buddhists, and it's why certain GIs in Vietnam, more than people realize, converted to Buddhism, moments of enlightenment like that through trauma. It's something that should be appreciated. Understand, of course, that Japan would never have entered into the Second World War or on this path of imperialism, which was necessitated by modernization and feeding the industry of modernity, were it not for America forcing open Japan with the Treaty of Kanagawa in 1854. You could consider the Treaty of Kanagawa in 1854 was the beginning of the war, the Second World War. And of course, this is something that needs to be understood historically. When we had, of course, this modernization of Japan, there was an element of corruption. But as always in Japan, say, for instance, what I spoke about, that ancient leech, that my mother dealt with to summon the devil of Buddhism himself. Essentially, the devil incarnate through the manifestation or the filtration of another cosmology, if you're a Westerner, to take on the Emerald Lama and eliminate him bodily in this universe, and thereby prevent mankind from being overwhelmed by the Allies, or the civilization that matters to humanity, Japan in particular. This is something that, this was the level of the war being fought. The Americans, of course, were summoning the anti-gods and are still in thrall to them today. This is the struggle that we're dealing with. So understand that so many civil rights struggles that Americans react against or feel violated by. During the First World War, Japan joined the Allied powers. At the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, the year my late and sainted sire, my legal sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Dietrich, was born. That's when the Empire of Japan, or I would reference it pre-1952 as the Japanese Empire, and after 1952 as the Empire of Japan, just to disambiguate historically. That's when the Japanese Empire's proposal of amending a racial equality clause to the Covenant of the League of Nations was rejected by the United States and Great Britain and Australia. Arrogance and racial discrimination plagued Japanese Western relations since the forced opening of the empire in the 1800s, and was again a major factor for the deterioration of relations in the decades preceding World War II. In 1924, remember, my mother was born in December 5th, the last days of 1923, just days after she was born. For example, the United States Congress passed the Exclusion Act that prohibited all immigration from Japan. That no Japanese was allowed in the United States, period. It's, of course, my own mother was born in the midst of the flames of the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 and raised during the worldwide depression of 1929. That intensified the crises. This is something that was the world she was born into, was one of struggle. But she had always told me that her contending with the, I think this is important to emphasize, and it puts all of her suffering in later years into context. Her contending with the Emperor of Darkness, Tsuchimikado Harinaga, the Onryo no Kami, was what predestined her to a short life, comparatively speaking, for someone who was half vampire. She should have lived at least twice her age. But she was destined to die young because of her determination to save the world from the Emerald Lama and the Allies, and therefore made a pact with the Tsuchimikado to summon Mara himself to physically annihilate the Emerald Lama in his World War II incarnation. I hope everything makes sense now in context.
Well, it's a lot to grasp. It's so deep, and your mother's role in it. Very unique life she led. And my friend Nicole was completely right when she said, you know, you should write the book about his mother.
Well, in a sense, that's what it will be. In a sense, that's at least. Then we may do a book specifically about her in the future. That remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just need to get on with the writing of the book, which is being worked on. I mean,
Yes.
It's been a lot of admin stuff, as I said, this week.
Yes. Yes.
Plus another repair. But yeah. Now right now we're right on the cusp of the solstice.
Yes.
Darkest
Time of the year.
Yeah, it's where the darkness turns to the light. I kind of miss it personally when the darkness starts to get light. I don't know why. I once discussed this with my ozone doctor friend. He said he could not stand the winter. I said, well, you know, you're a Cancer, you're born in the summer. I'm born in the winter. I don't mind the winter.
Thank you. Yes.
I don't know, you know, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, I do like the summer. I prefer the summer, but you know, especially fall gives you the opportunity to move into the winter. Like right now, I'm comfortable.
Yes. I've received some questions in the email about banishing. I can go into that perhaps a bit. Allow me to refresh myself for a few minutes. Aristides could perhaps talk with Peter, or Peter, you can hold the stage yourself. Either way will be fine. For about 7 or 8 minutes, I'll be back. I'll go mute. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
I'm here.
Okay, wonderful. So Aristides is available for you if you need somebody to bounce off of. He provided a link on Tucker Carlson, and I mean, just looking at the man's face makes me sick.
Tucker is the face of extremism now. Didn't you know?
Yes.
What a joke. What a joke.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show at least extremism can't be that much of a threat, but it's threatening enough just by its sheer the march of morons who fall under its spell. Okay, I'll be mute for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Aristides.
And you saw, I did more seriously. I dropped a copy of that Wilson swastika book you were talking about.
Yeah, it's now online. Back when there was no such thing. But yeah, it's great.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
It says here that they've basically, but it's as he's been assigned to do fringe.
Yeah.
Fringe. He's interviewing extremist authoritarians. That made him notorious at his previous employer. In other words, he was too extreme for Fox News. Mm-hmm. And he was very popular on the show. He got good ratings. Mm-hmm. You know, it's almost as if, I don't know that what he said was so radical. He was very much, like, he didn't endorse Trump. He didn't endorse the election. He didn't endorse Trump's view of the election. He was very, I guess what you'd say, cagey about supporting Trump. Like, he really claimed he wasn't a Trump supporter. But in effect, he was more Trump than anything. But then they, so they got rid of him. And now he's doing Alex Jones and Proud Boys.
Yeah, I don't know where he's hosting from now.
From his house, I think he's.
Yeah, but like on what media or?
Well, he's just independent. He's independent. Yeah. His own stream. He had quite a following. Yeah. It's almost as if he's been assigned to do this.
That's kind of, I mean, to be a little skeptical, I think all guys like this basically are put there as gatekeepers. And I did post one little video. Now, I don't know how much it all means, but you see a lot of these celebrities and stuff, and it was on him, and he's in a video wearing the little red string Kabbalah bracelet, supposedly.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and then a lot of these, I don't know, a lot of the weirdo like musicians and stuff are into that or tangent to that, and you see them with a lot of celebrities, their little red string bracelet on, not to demean everybody that might have one on, but like I don't know what it means to these people. There's a little odd choice of jewelry for
What's very strange here, and Douglas would really get a kick out of this. It says Tucker went to boarding school before enrolling in Trinity College in 1987. In a 1991 Trinity College yearbook, Carlson listed himself as being part of the Dan White Society. Dan White assassinated progressive San Francisco Mayor George Moscone and gay rights activist and politician Harvey Milk in 1978. Now, that's the Twinkie defense. Now, I don't know. Now, he's listed as being anti-LGBTQT or LGBTQ plus. I don't believe Carlson is his. I don't believe he hates these people as much as they try to portray him as, because I think it's an act.
Right.
Yeah. But it says, okay, it says he belonged to the club for Harvey Milk's murder. Now, I don't know if that's a joke, because that whole situation was so funny. Like, does that mean, you know, the Dan White killed Moscone, who was not gay to my knowledge, because he had the lab secretary, Douglas's friend or associate, and Supervisor Harvey Milk was gay, but it says that this didn't seem to exist at the school and was only mentioned in Tucker Carlson's entry. It sounds like it was a joke, but it's not a real funny joke. It's hard to say what it meant. It was probably an inside joke.
Yeah. Well, these guys will be controversial on purpose because, you know, nothing will bring ratings like.
Well, this is when he was in college, you know.
Right. But I mean, did they verify that, or is that just something he said? You know.
Well, it was listed in his yearbook. Member of the Dan White Society. It sounds like you know, some sort of joke. You don't really know what he means by it.
Right.
Meant that he, you know, he was crazy. Yeah. That you know, he embraced being crazy and killing politicians or something. It's like, it doesn't mean he's anti-gay, although he seems to be.
I mean, was there really such a thing? Because people write a lot of crazy shit in yearbooks, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So it's like I can't take that too seriously. And Christianity, he says, Christianity and transgender orthodoxy are wholly incompatible theologies. They can never be reconciled. They're on a collision course with each other. One side is likely to draw blood before the other side. Well, of course, you know, if you look at, I'm not into this whole, I don't spend a lot of time with transgenderism or any of those issues or stuff. But, you know, transgenderism or anything with that, gender bending, Native Americans look at as, okay, these are children of God. And they don't condemn them, they don't kill them, they treat them with respect as living beings. And that's really the point. And he's comparing Christianity and transgender orthodoxy as wholly incompatible theologies. Well, I don't know that transgender orthodoxy is a theology. I don't know that it is. And he's talking about drawing blood.
Yeah.
Trans community is targeting Christians. That's kind of like what comes first, the Palestinians or the Israelis, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Where was that in the Bible? I missed that one, the transgender guidance.
I don't know. All I know about the trans community is that it's virulent about its survival, and that if it isn't constantly vigilant about maintaining itself, it will be killed, wiped out, or whatever. This is true. So they're just like the Jews are on Holocaust alert.
Right.
But what happens with that is there are certain parties that misuse the Holocaust in different ways. They exploit it and abuse it. But it is a calling to protect yourself. That same thing happens with the, you know, the LGBTQ plus community, where that is also exploited and misused. That's inevitably going to happen with any human institution.
Yeah, they've put these things in opposition. I mean, if you ask a lot of average Christians, like, what do they think? They probably go like, oh, I don't know. I mean, it's not for me, but I don't care what they do in private. Like, are they really part of that war?
It's really.
I mean, some are very against it, but others would be like, live and let live.
Yeah. What's your take on what Douglas has been talking about with the Black Lotus Society and the Emerald Lama?
I mean, it's all very fascinating. I can believe that there are, these kind of dark, undersides to all that really most people who follow your everyday, Eastern philosophies aren't aware of. Really fascinating.
Yeah, I did get a academic paper that came to me through something I'm signed up for on lamas in Mongolia and messiahs, and it's so boring. I can't even read it.
Yeah.
It's like if they were to go on any of these subjects as Douglas was talking about, they'd water them down.
Right.
And make it aggressively boring.
Yeah.
Somebody here it is, Ted Ricketts asked, how did Dwight D. Eisenhower get promoted from full bird colonel to Supreme Commander of Allies in Europe?
Oh.
Eisenhower had somebody up there that liked him, like FDR. Well, I would, Douglas might be able to give a very detailed answer on that. What I would say is that Dwight Eisenhower was a notorious status quo guy. He kept the status quo. And especially in that era, it's much harder to do in our day and age, even in my generation, when I was younger. But in that previous generation, you just had to look and act the part and not rock the boat. You be the status quo guy. You keep your, tongue in your mouth. You don't talk too much. And Eisenhower was also a notorious golfer. It's a great way to get yourself promoted if you golf with the right people. So I really don't know. He said, how did he get promoted? He didn't rock the boat. He also had something of a reputation. He played football at West Point against Jim Thorpe. He was, he was one of the guys. Whereas Patton was a troublemaker.
Right.
Usurper. And he was much more qualified to win a war. Whereas Eisenhower could handle the public relation end of it. And I would venture to say status quo, follow orders, and was not controversial. I remember when he was president, and I was just a young person, he was always having heart attacks. And to me, as I was born in '53 when Truman was still president. It would just be a few weeks before Eisenhower would take the oath of office. But I only remember him, so I was probably only heard of him when I was 4, 5, 6, 7, and he didn't. And I was 7 when they had the Kennedy-Nixon election, so I knew who he was, of course. But he was always having heart attacks, and my impression was that he was very feeble, like he wasn't suited to work because he was always having heart attacks. So
I am returned. Okay, thank you. Go on, please.
I was just addressing a question that Ted Ricketts had asked, how did Eisenhower get promoted from full bird colonel to Supreme Commander of Allies in Europe?
Excellent question. Go on.
Well, I had just said because he was a status quo guy who didn't rock the boat, and that's, you know, he probably had golfing buddies that he impressed. In other words, you just, in that generation, your father's generation, if you had the look and the swagger, and I don't mean, you know, your father had good looks, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, you know how to wear the right tweed jacket to the right event.
Yes.
Fashion was not so conscious in those days, but, you know, you just wore the right clothes, you hung out at the right clubs, you golfed with the right people. What's that word? Camaraderie?
Mm-hmm. One of the words that I'm thinking of.
Not even ass kissing, but just following the company line and being somebody. It's the Babbitt syndrome from the book Babbitt by Sinclair Lewis. Just being status quo. And,
yes.
And that book ends with a very potent line, and it says, George Babbitt, it was the first time he'd ever done anything in his life that he wanted to do. Yeah, it was like he was always doing, you know, he married his wife because he felt sorry for her. And, you know, just tending to other people's, you know, needs and wants, and not doing his own will. So, yet, much more affable man than most, much more affable than Aleister Crowley, who taught you to do your true will. And if you do your true will, you're likely to upset the apple cart. So I mean, I thought you might know more of the details of why Eisenhower was promoted.
I'd have to look through my notes. I actually have some notes regarding that subject, but I haven't looked at them in years, and I don't consciously remember. But I do remember how offensive that Douglas MacArthur found it. I'm sure you do too. I mean, basically, when Eisenhower was made Supreme Commander of your forces, Allied forces in Europe, not just American, but all Allied forces in Europe, General Douglas MacArthur in the Pacific said, yeah, when they promoted him to that rank, I lost the best file clerk I ever had.
I do remember that.
Yeah, which was about all he felt Eisenhower was good for. And just so people understand, there were 3 people who participated in a litmus test, just this atrocity on American home soil that we won't go deep into. I've gone deep into this. I've written very extended columns about it. Of course, everything that I wrote on Facebook is banned. And obviously, the reason for it is its historical relevance, its truth, and anybody who would read what I've written would know it to be true. Good examples are what you find in the Roswell deception. And understand, of course, order that book and spread it around as a Christmas gift. If people hate you for it, all the better. But purchase the book, The Roswell Deception, and the demystification of World War II. But one of the things that happened in America's long and sordid history of relentless atrocities was the Bonus March and its massacre. And at that time, I'm trying to remember, I think it was Hoover. I think it was Hoover that was president just before Roosevelt, right? Was it Hoover?
No.
It was the other guy? Who was it?
Oh, wait, you know what? I'm thinking Roosevelt was president, he became president in 32.
Right.
So, yeah, it was Hoover. God, it was Hoover.
Yeah. And
that's amazing.
It's hard to remember him. Yeah, I know. It's hard to remember.
Well, because there was no gap. I mean, Hoover was ancient.
Yeah.
I was in school when we had the flag at half mast for Herbert Hoover.
Yes.
And I go, God, this guy's old.
Yes.
And he was still alive. He'd been still alive. But yeah, it was Herbert Hoover. And I think before Hoover was Calvin Coolidge. And I think before Coolidge was maybe Harding.
Mm-hmm.
But
go on. Yeah, it's so Hoover basically was confronted with all these World War I veterans, and they all wanted payment for World War I, their service in World War I. If you can,
we got that in the book. That's a fascinating story.
Thank you. And basically Hoover gave the order, though as far as I can understand it, Hoover did not want to massacre these people. That was the furthest thing from his mind. He just wanted them off his goddamn lawn. It's basically, now, this is not that Hoover was helping them. The fact is that he wanted to fuck them over. And he basically just, while he was fucking them over, he didn't want to look at them. And so he gave the order to get them off his goddamn lawn. And so MacArthur personally responded. Now, this was, as I said in the book, if people read the book, you'll get it. I mean, we have a whole chapter on MacArthur. Now I remember this is where we discussed it in the book. We have a whole chapter on MacArthur. And when MacArthur basically insinuated himself, just basically walked into the operation, took it over, this was just, we say how unusual this is in the book. It was bizarre. You're talking about a man of enormous rank, decides he's going to come in and basically clear up the president's front lawn of thousands and thousands of families because he personally was led to believe that this was basically a communist act, that this was basically the inception of a communist revolt. So when it comes to what he did, he ordered Eisenhower and George Patton. I mean, these are the big names in American military history for World War II. Basically Eisenhower, Patton, MacArthur. These are the big three. This is the holy trinity of American World War II militarism. And they took on all these World War I veterans and proceeded to massacre them. They started deploying gas that was outlawed for use in war. And they said, oh, well, we're not using it in wartime. This is to control a communist riot. So they deployed this war gas that was outlawed for use in war, if you can believe that. And basically then conducted a cavalry charge, which, by the way, we're talking about families in tents here. Pregnant women who were bellies full of babies, had horses stampede over them and suffered spontaneous abortions. I mean, this is the horror of what we're talking about. Then men walked in with bayonet charges, began to stab people. The number of deaths has been completely hidden, covered up by the U.S. military. But they killed their own without hesitation. And the man who gave the order was MacArthur. The man who oversaw the operational carrying out of this order was Eisenhower. And the man who carried the order out at bayonet point was George S. Patton. So this is the horror of America. And so it was... Now, why are we bringing this up? I mean, what led to this, or discussing this?
Well, he'd asked about Eisenhower.
Oh, right. Yes. So then Eisenhower laid all the blame on MacArthur and basically said, it was all MacArthur's fault. I tried to talk him out of it, and, but he just wouldn't listen to reason. But Eisenhower didn't say this till the day after MacArthur died. After MacArthur died, and he was certain MacArthur was dead, and not around to contest his revising history, is when he came out with this bullshit. So it just goes to show you what a piece of shit Eisenhower is and why MacArthur had such contempt for him. He's a weasel. He's a weasel. But understand the tragedy of all of this is that FDR was just elated. He was elated because, as he said at his breakfast table, this gets me elected. He says, this elects me. He said, this elects me. And so he knew he'd be elected riding on this shit. But what everyone needs to understand is that it was Herbert Hoover who instituted the New Deal. And FDR just took the credit for it. When America got out of the Great Depression, it was based on work that Herbert Hoover did. He signed the Revenue Act of 1932, which doubled the estate tax, killed corporate tax rates. He did all this shit that got America out of the Depression. And then basically FDR came in, added all of these social welfare programs, riding on the prosperity brought about by Herbert Hoover's acts. This is the horror of American propaganda. After that, you had this son of a bitch FDR ride on that wave of credit and basically claim that he was the engineer thereof. This is the insanity of your history. And in terms of Herbert Hoover and what he did, it's completely uncredited and nobody knows about it. It was...
I heard it. I had no idea.
Yeah, Herbert Hoover increased the top personal tax rate from 25 to 63%. And this was how he was able to get America out of the Depression. He basically he instituted the New Deal that Franklin Delano Roosevelt gave a name to. It was called the Reconstruction Finance Corporation. It was established in January of 1932. Remember, FDR didn't become president until 1933. It lent tax dollars to bail out American banks and businesses. And the Emergency Relief and Construction Act, enacted in July of 1932, broadened that agency's lending power to include financing state and local public works projects. And Hoover also approved substantial farm subsidy increases. He eased requirements for the issuing of Federal Reserve notes and established the Federal Home Loan Board to support mortgages. So, in an attempt to pay for all the new programs, Hoover signed that Revenue Act of 1932. That's the one that doubled the estate tax, hiked the corporate tax rates, increased the top personal tax rate from 25 to 63%. And that, of course, had a lot of rich people howling for his head. And so they said, we got to get rid of this son of a bitch. But when they brought in FDR, they found out they brought in something even worse. A communist whose heir apparent, Henry Wallace, was a card-carrying member of the Communist Party and wanted to collectivize American agriculture. It was one of the reasons Herbert Hoover, aside from Herbert Hoover wanting the Christ child out of Mongolia to tap his blood, Herbert Hoover also, Franklin Delano Roosevelt wanted the Christ child, and he sent Henry Wallace to Outer Mongolia to, in one sense, not just to recover the Christ child, but to get him the hell out of the United States so that he wouldn't collectivize the goddamn agriculture and send everybody into an economic tailspin, the likes of what was going on in the Soviet Union. So that was something that Henry Wallace was going to do during wartime, no less. So that was another reason to get him out of the country. This would be what the rationalists and the materialists use to justify, because people always say, any sane person would ask, why would the president send the vice president of the United States to Outer Mongolia in the middle of a war, in the middle of total war? And so the rationalists and materialists would say, well, he had to do that so that the guy wouldn't collectivize our agriculture and send us the way of Joseph Stalin into a mass famine in the middle of war and kill us for the Axis, basically act on behalf of the Axis war effort with his indoctrinaire subservience to communist ideology. But that's how the rationalists and materialists would present it. But the reality is it's a combination of multiple factors, but higher on the list than that was the priority to recover the Christ child and thereby cure Franklin Delano Roosevelt of his enfeeblement and his disablement. But back to...
There's also pointing out with Aristides, he had put that article out in Tucker Carlson, and this was, I thought you'd get a big kick out of it. His yearbook, his college yearbook from Trinity College, says that he was a member of the Dan White Society. They're portraying him as a nut. I think that's got to be an inside joke. I mean, he's the only, there is no Dan White Society. You know, it's supposedly that he was into shooting gay people like Harvey Milk, but
interesting.
Because he, you know, but it's hard to take that too seriously because it was a yearbook. But I thought you'd think that's, you know,
that is funny. That's funny as hell. By the way, Trillion Phoenix, please, Trillion Phoenix, don't fall for the bullshit. See, this is what happens as people consume blindly. Trillion Phoenix entered into the chat room. And by the way, Tad Ricketts says, love DDD's belly laughs, always makes me smile. Thanks for the answer. So Tad Ricketts is thanking Peter Moon for, of course, responding about Eisenhower. Trillion Phoenix then says, book by General Smedley Butler. Bonus Army. No, there was never a book by General Smedley Butler on the Bonus Army. The book on the Bonus Army was written by the leader of the American Fascist Party. So understand that that is the real history of the Bonus Army. I'll see if I can find the title of that book for you. But basically, if I look up the Bonus March, and let me take a look at the elements of the people involved, all the unremunerated World War I veterans. They were led by Walter W. Waters. Just like Douglas Dwayne Dietrich has a 3D name, Walter W. Waters anticipated the World Wide Web address, www. So just think of Sergeant www, World Wide Web, Walter W. Waters. He was the leader of the American Fascist Khaki Shirts militia movement. He survived the Bonus Massacre to write about his experience in a book titled BEF. BEF was the acronym for Bonus Expeditionary Force. And it was subtitled The Whole Truth About the Bonus Army. That was published in 1933. So you'd be hard-pressed to find a copy of that. If our man Aristides can find that in PDF, we'll be forever in his debt. Put that in the chat room, of course, if you do find it, not just here. But it's titled BEF, Bonus Expeditionary Force, The Whole Truth About the Bonus Army. That's the book to read, not anything by that goddamn communist traitor, Smedley Butler, who we expose at length in the Roswell Deception. If you had read the Roswell Deception, you would never bring that bastard's name up. So General Smedley Butler is a human piece of shit, a coward, a filthy liar, an absolute, just everything about him is just crap, and people worship him like he's a god, which is what he wanted. He wanted to be America's...
Congressional Medals of Honor, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. By the way, just to put this into perspective for people, as we say in the book, you know, the average person has to die to get the Congressional Medal of Honor. The average Congressional Medal of Honor is awarded overwhelmingly like 75 to 80% of the time. 75 to 80% of the time, it's awarded posthumously. You got to die to get it. The survivors, if you happen to survive and get the Congressional Medal of Honor, you are exempt from paying income tax the rest of your life. So the idea that this guy gets it twice, twice, it's like, it's impossible. Hey, tell me what he did. What did he do? Nobody ever says what the fucker did. There's no history of what he did to get that. It's purely political. This fucker was like groomed. This guy was groomed, and he was a diehard ideological communist. And he was along the lines of Roosevelt and Henry Wallace. This was a guy who was going to surrender the United States to the Soviet Union under Stalin. These are filth, the scum of the earth. The only remarkable, truly remarkable thing to come out of the Bonus Massacre, aside from everything else I've just mentioned, was the World War I combat veteran Joe Angelo, who was known as Hobo Joe. Now, again, there's rumor. Michael Aquino was the guy who told me this. That man either was aging at an incredibly slow pace, or that he had somehow managed through his own psychic power, because he was a reputed psychic, or what the Department of Defense classified as a psionic mutation, a psionic mutation. They used the term PSI-MUTE, psimute, a psionic mutation. He was maintaining homelessness to avoid exploitation. He was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for his actions during the Battle of France. He was serving with an American tank unit, and he rescued General Patton, who at that point was a young officer. At that point, he rescued George S. Patton, and he carried him for miles under enemy fire over open fields in exposed positions, but he kept shielding Patton with his own body, and somehow they survived. And Patton even said, "This is impossible. How do they keep missing us?" And Joe Angelo told him, "I just think the bullets away. I think of a bubble around us, and the bullets don't hit us." And Patton was so impressed that he said he would help him any way he could, that he owed his life to him. It was after the bonus march, when there was nothing but bodies and gas and flame, that Joe Angelo walked out of the ruins and confronted George S. Patton. And nobody could get near them. Everybody seemed to, not notice them. Patton called for attention, called for his men, called for his aides. Nobody responded. Suddenly they were all deaf to whatever he said. And Joe Angelo confronted him and said, "I want some payback, and you're going to help the survivors of this massacre. And you're going to make certain that you litigate that we get paid." And then Patton found himself forced to agree to this. And after that, put a lot of money and effort into psychic research, which was basically a program of psychic suppression research. He wanted this man hunted down and killed. And Patton gave the standing order, a secret order, that this man be found and eliminated. He wanted him dead no matter what it took. And was the origins of America's psychic warfare program. Was so-called psychic warfare research was really an attempt to hunt down and eliminate Joe Angelo and this cult of hobos that he started to cultivate. These soldiers of the homeless that became followers of a code of ethics that he promoted, Joe Angelo. And it was something that became a spur in the side of the U.S. Army. Aristides founded a file for BEF, the whole story of the bonus army, apparently republished in 1970. Bless you, my main man. So at any rate, then when I was working with Revolution Radio, all these news reports came out about a hobo Joe in New York City who was sleeping with a different woman every night. He would always find a home to sleep in because every night a different woman would take him home for sex. And this sounded suspiciously like the original hobo Joe. So maybe what Aquino said was true. The army never caught him. And if he maintained himself as homeless, he's able to influence women's minds to get not only a bed every night, but sex along with it. It doesn't sound too bad to be a hobo after that. So, and people can look up Hobo Joe, New York City, sleeping with a different woman every night. You can look that up. That's like, and this was, like I said, when I was working for Revolution Radio. This is after the age of AIDS. That takes some real mind control. If anyone didn't believe the guy had psychic powers before, I mean, fuck, bullets bouncing off of you. I mean, this shit's better than that. Okay, back to Peter with that.
Well, I'm just looking here for, you got a Hobo Joe's restaurant in Arizona, but I don't think this is the same guy.
No, I doubt that. Dirkomai in the chat room says, what a Chad! Where do I sign up? There you go. Yes, so Trillion Phoenix brings up the War is a Racket book by Smedley Butler, but it also says, okay, I need to get the Roswell Deception. Yes, most certainly, please. That War is a Racket, that's more like Smedley Butler is a joke. You're talking about Smedley Butler's entire career is based on war. Or at least the mythification of his career in war, a guy who gets the Congressional Medal of Honor twice. So when this guy goes around and says, hey, war's a racket, he was using this as his communist ideological spin. That was his spin. Basically what he was telling Americans is don't go to war against the communists. Yet at the same time, he said, oh, you got to fight the fascists. It's kind of like Albert Einstein, who said, oh, if I'd have known what the atomic bomb would have been used for, I would have become a locksmith. That's an actual quote. And yet this is the guy who personally wrote letters to FDR saying, oh, you've got to build this bomb. Otherwise, the Germans will get it first. In other words, he was hoping it would be used against Germans when it was deployed against people that he actually, I guess, felt sorry for. Maybe because he knew the Japanese were the true Israelites or had integrated the true Israelite bloodline. Then he said, oh man, if I'd known what it would have been used for, I would have become a locksmith. I mean, really? This is the kind of hypocrisy we're dealing with when we're dealing with these assholes. Yeah. Oh gosh, it's a little after midnight. Take your time, Peter, as long as you want to stay.
It is time for me to go. However, what are you going to do in Arc and Narrative tonight? Do you have any idea?
God, I'm going to have to choose. I'll choose that during Roundtable because it's a question of last time I spoke about America's own firearms being so integral to genocide, and that originally the entire Second Amendment was based along the lines of having every man a militiaman, but not ready to respond to the British. They all ran away. This is what could be a possible explanation for what happened in Israel, by the way. Just a thought to get out there before I go on what's potential for tonight's arc of narrative. When it comes to the American militia, as I pointed out, the Minuteman is often romanticized, and we have this, like, even missiles named after the Minutemen. Yet, in general, American militia wasn't worth a shit. They ran away when confronted with British regulars. Of course, one would argue that guerrilla troops are supposed to do that. They're not supposed to fight a conventional war with a superior conventional military. They're supposed to run and hit and run and hit and run. This is what guerrillas do. So you could say that. But the fact is that when confronted with combat situations, the militia has a history of running off the field of battle in America. So the home-owned firearms and the private militiaman obviously are not worth a shit when it comes to defense of the nation, not in any conventional sense. And so maybe that's what happened in Israel. Maybe they all had guns and just went chicken shit out. But that still doesn't make any sense. If they're attacking your home, don't tell me you're not going to pick up the gun at that point. I'm sure even the militiamen in America would have done that. So, yeah, it's there you go with that. But as for what we'll speak about tonight, I'm tempted with continuity of narrative. So if we go into a continuity transmission, then I would start by, first off, I would like to address some of what Peter Moon had brought up over the past few days. Peter Moon had brought up Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as this potential spoiler. And of course, I'm not denying that. I would, of course, just spend a few moments just telling everybody how sad and pathetic this son of a bitch really is. Honestly, if it weren't for his name, he'd be just another crackpot in this growing list of bottom-feeding, right-wing, fringe politicians seeking high office. But aside from that, of course, Peter Moon had brought up other issues. And I think they were covering some things about Ukraine. And, why don't we get something out of Ukraine to make our, tit for tat per our involvement. I might go into that. But it would have to be via the Gaza, kind of addressing several issues about Gaza that would be more immediate. Our man Aristides brought up how come we're not hearing about Gaza very much anymore. So I would put that into some perspective, how I interpret what's going on. And aside from that, of course...
Douglas.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was announced that the Israelis are now making overtures for a halting, a temporary ceasefire.
Excellent.
To get more hostages, and Hamas is saying, no, we want the whole thing. So they're now turning down Israel. I mean, Hamas is like totally like out, like in the chess game.
Excellent.
They're beating the shit out of Israel in the chess game.
Yes.
Because, Israel had shot its own hostages.
Yes.
And this was, so it's like, why does Israel want peace? Why? It's like, why are they uncomfortable? And I mean, they didn't seem to be too uncomfortable for PR reasons, but and Hamas is saying, no, we want to negotiate the whole thing.
Good for them. Good for them. You've probably set the tone for tonight. I'll probably start with that. Go into Ukraine as kind of how
this is the next question.
Yeah.
Why does Israel want to stop? They don't seem to be militarily challenged. Militarily, they don't seem to be.
Oh, well, it's like you brought up, of course, the fact that Israel has this fantasy that they can become the next chip nexus in the world. And the reality is that, as I explained, everything really fucked up for them with this war. All those investments into the chip sector and the tech sector have all been withdrawn. Their economy is fucked. Their economy is used to short, victorious wars with, people on the field of battle. And when it comes to the other kinds of intifadas they've confronted in the past, these have been comfortable remote control intifadas where they could just sit at home and press the joystick, push the button on the Atari and blow things up while sitting on the couch and eating potato chips. This is the first war they're going to be forced to go in on the streets. And it's already proven a death trap. By the way, Aristides provided a link to me that I hope he provided to you. And Aristides, do me a favor and put that in the chat room if you would, about this incredible standing order amongst the Israelis, where it wound up with their killing the hostages, the Hannibal Directive. And
Wait, the Israelis are killing the hostages?
Yes, what happened was this is one of the reasons Hamas said, fuck you, we're not releasing the hostages, because you just keep killing them. Hamas released 3 people who came out with a white flag and were saying, help us in Hebrew, and the Israeli soldiers just murdered them in cold blood. And when asked why, they said, Hannibal Directive. That means, you kill them all, let God sort them out. That's the standing order. And so there's no point. You see, this way, the Israelis eliminate Hamas's advantage. Then we'll just kill all the hostages, so they have no advantage. So Hamas said, fuck that. That's where this is coming from. So now the Israelis are saying, hey, come on, man, let's have a ceasefire, because they're hoping the Hamas will release all the hostages and they'll just kill them all at once. And then say, now you got nothing on us. So when it comes to all of that, bear in mind the Israelis have no. There's just no humanity here. Whatever humanity people are, you think you're talking about people who are willing to exploit the Holocaust ceaselessly as a commercial gimmick for nonstop welfare from Germany, for one thing, where they're arguing they want this to be generational and hereditary, where when the Holocaust survivor dies, then their family continues to get that payment ad infinitum. This is the kind of people we're talking about. There's nothing here that is culturally redeeming. There is so yeah, this is an example of where they really have you can't hide it now. Whereas before we didn't have the internet, this is the one thing where the internet blows back. But now the internet is blowing back on them because even though they've killed every reporter that they could, at least that I know of, at least 63 journalists were killed by the Israelis so far. I mean, by the way, if you've never heard of anything like that, I've never heard of a war where journalists have been sought out and killed. This is like the first war they are seeking out and killing these journalists to prevent them from reporting, but there's still enough getting the news out that everybody sees what assholes these people are, and they're just biting it. At this point, the only person supporting them is Joe Biden, and even though he's telling them, oh, hey, slow down, maybe you could do a little less killing, or, he's still supporting them all the way. He's a total Jew-fuck, and I mean that in the most negative sense. I shouldn't use terms like that, but what terms are we going to use? It's kind of like we're stuck. This is like, these are not the true Israelites. These are a bunch of posiers from Eastern Europe and other parts of the world at this point. The only true Semites among them are the biggest assholes among them, and that's the Sephardim among them who really spend all day crying for extermination of the Philistines, which is, of course, the historic name for the Palestinians. Historic name for Palestine is Philistine. These are the historic Philistines that the Israelis are intent on wiping out. So yeah, definitely this goes back. By the way, I've got a question in the email about Tsuchi Mikado Haruo. And I will answer. There's two questions here. One is why the emperor let him live because the emperor couldn't kill him. It's the emperor just allowed him to exist because he wasn't really alive. There's no point in ordering his execution when the Grand Master Tsuchi Mikado Haruo is not technically alive. But beyond that, another thing about his name, Hare Naga. Hare Kiri is an American bastardization. It's not the original Japanese word for self-immolation, but ritual self-immolation committed by the samurai or other noble classes or anyone in Japan. This is called seppuku. But the bastardization became popular in the West, harikiri, because they could understand the concept of hare, the soul. The Asians feel it resides in the belly, which is why you do all the belly breathing. So when you cut open the belly through the ritual seppuku, the self-immolation slice through the belly, that's in the shape of a cross, by the way. You cut first horizontally in a line across your belly, and then you cut up in a cross. It is a cross you make. They did long before the coming of the Christian concept of the cross. This is that proto-Christianity that I was speaking of. This is how you release your soul, but you release it on the cross. So this is a concept Americans, that's how they took harakiri or understood it, because they took that cross ritual immolation, they could grasp that, they could comprehend that, and that's how they remembered the word, harakiri. So the kiri would mean like slicing, hare would mean like belly. So harakiri transliterates as like belly slicing. But the hare, the belly, resides the soul. So the release of the soul through that cut, that's the name Harinaga. So his name means spirit serpent, means a serpent of the spirit. He's a spirit serpent. Harinaga. So it's like the most badass name imaginable. The last of the Onryo no Kami is still extant. There we have that. So now you know a bit about his name and some of the background there. In terms of the direction I'll go in, I think Pete's chosen it. We'll probably, after a roundtable, go into exactly go into Gaza, then a bit into Ukraine, and how this impacts the world around us, and how America should be responding, etc. And of course the domestic politics that impact it, how we got to this point because of domestic politics, and how it impacts our domestic politics. And of course, what's going on right now, it's who knows where it's going to wind up. Obviously, what the Supreme Court of Colorado did concerning Trump was historic, but we don't know if that's going to prevent him from getting elected. So just a lot going on with that. I don't know what Peter knows about that or what his impressions are there.
Yeah, but what this does, it basically says you can't elect who you want. We're telling you, he's going to destroy democracy, but we're telling you what democracy is. This is the rhetoric points that's going on, and it's and you know what? He's not going to win Colorado anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it's just like using the legal system in a way we've not seen so aggressively. I mean, they've always abused it and misused it. And it's just like, so much of the shit that they throw at Trump just is not going to stick. Like they throw stuff at Giuliani. He owes over $500 million to these people. Whose reputation is worth $500 million? They're not going to collect it. Well, they're going to collect anything. They even said he's hid his assets, which he would be wise to do. It's just, and then who else got sued for a bunch of money? Alex Jones. It's like, it's actually a cruel and unusual punishment. It's not that these people are good, but it is cruel and unusual. It's an unusual punishment because you can't pay it. Plus, he gets a pension as former mayor of New York, and they can't touch his pension. So it's like, none of it makes any sense. And this is the problem. So the only reason the Trump thing in Colorado is theoretically important is because it would set a precedent to other states to wipe him off the ballot. See, that's where it would get headway. Because he's not going to win Colorado anyway. But if they got him in one of the battleground states, like Pennsylvania was, oh, no, we can't have him on the... Oh, no, he's a bad guy. So this is...
Well, he's going to take advantage of the... He's going to spin this to his advantage. You know that. He's going to...
Well, I would think so, yeah. And it's just, it's just a bunch of stupid crap, and it's... And I'm not... it's just, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But I want to remind everybody to contribute to Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
It's the holiday season. So contribute to Douglas for all of the wonderful things he shares with us.
Thank you.
And I'm planning to be with you on Christmas Eve.
Excellent.
The Christmas Eve show, I do plan to be with you. I'll be playing football in the morning, resting. And I should be raring to go on Christmas Eve.
Excellent.
So New Year's I'm not sure about, but Christmas Eve, yes. So join us on Christmas Eve, 9 o'clock. We'll be talking about Christmas. Maybe who the heck knows? It would be an appropriate subject, I suppose.
Well, bless you. Before you go, were you able to all scan the 2 articles I sent you on how? Yes.
I saw one article, as I recall.
I gave you 2 of them, and the 2 of them, what Stanford has confirmed is that these expert systems with all these different companies, the one thing in common is they're raising them all on child porn.
Yeah, I saw that.
And so yeah,
Surprise, yeah.
and so we can perhaps discuss that on this is some kind of trauma. They want to institute a birth trauma in these baseline, very primitive expert systems, as if they were artificial intelligence. Perhaps they're hoping.
Yeah, like with the Arnelect, they're trying to do what they did to the Arnelect.
Thank you. Yes. So take a look through the 2 articles I sent you when you get a chance, and maybe we can discuss a bit of that on our next appearance, which would be Christmas Eve, I believe. No, so to speak.
Yeah, I did notice that indeed.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, all right. With that, I'll say good night to everybody, and I'll be back on that's Sunday night, Christmas Eve.
That's right. Thank you. Love you dearly, and you have yourself a blessed slumber. Okay,
bye-bye.
Take care for now. That's Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. And so our dear Aristides remains with us, and we'll start calling everybody. And that'll give me a chance to kind of cobble together a basic outline, so to speak, on talking points to emphasize during tonight's monologue. Okay, we didn't get back into the occult this time, but certainly soon enough, no doubt. And no doubt again on Christmas night. I'll probably talk about the revelation of the Magi obligatorily, but that might wait until Christmas night's monologue. All right, let's add participants. And while we're doing that, let's thank Aristides for everything he was able to bring to the fore. We're going to add on Brendan Zogit, who might still be with us. He's preparing to leave for Christmas vacation, and but certainly there were some communications with Amy Como just before tonight. Let's see who else we might be able to bring on. Hope everybody who's able to jump on is able to jump on as soon as possible. And that will give me another opportunity for a break. I'm still finishing my sandwich, by the way. I got halfway through it. And Stephen Myers, I don't know whether or not to call. He's always welcome to jump on. He can call us if he wishes. And otherwise, I leave him alone so he can sleep unless he wants to come on himself. Then he's welcome to call, and then I merge him into the call. Let's try Brandon Young, as well as Troy Bellamy, Real Tech Geek, and of course the lovely Amanda Ute. Let's try this. She also has a pet squirrel, and she's testified on record before to one of the few times I've cast a spell in my life. There's only 3 times I've cast a spell in my life because of the cost of casting spellcraft, and it's not something anyone should be doing casually, and most people don't. They do it in fits of madness, fits of emotional being overwhelmed emotionally. They're not thinking reasonably or logically. Brendan Zogit, welcome aboard. Let's test your audio.
Somehow.
Jesus, what the fuck was that?
Somebody.
Sounded good, I think. Okay, you're speaking Vedic. I think. Either that or he's speaking in the tongue. Yes, Brendan. Oh, don't be offended. Troy Bellamy has joined us.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. So you sound good. You sound a lot of cranking, moving around like you're pulling the chain on a chainsaw, getting it started. You're ripping it up. What?
Yeah, it's a haunted location.
You're in the school.
Yeah.
Why? Oh my God, why?
Because
it's work. Yeah, it's work. Yes.
It's my assignment.
Yes.
And I was saying earlier, I said Kisama.
Yes. Thank you. I take it that's a greeting. Is it not a greeting? What is it?
It's considered extremely rude in Japanese.
Oh, okay. And anyhow, it's obviously not something I've ever heard. You can explain to us the meaning behind that. It's probably something that they're using these days in anime to emphasize vulgarity.
It's used in anime to show like a brigand or someone who's
got it,
like uncouth.
Yes.
But if you transliterated it just as saying, "Yo, what's up?"
Yes, got it.
But in Japanese, that's considered like, if that's your first greeting to someone, it's considered like super just wrong. Like it just makes you sound like a bandit.
Got it. It'd be used among pirates. It'd be used among pirates, basically.
Yeah, pirates or worse.
Yes. Got it. Excellent. Okay.
Yeah.
Troy Bellamy has joined us. Let's test your audio out, Troy. How are you?
Good. How are you guys this evening?
Oh, much the better for your joining us. How long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
Not long at all tonight. I just wanted to come on because I know you were going to call. I got to work in the morning. Tomorrow was our last day before we go on winter break.
Oh, man.
And so I just wanted to come on and listen to you guys. I love everything you're saying. And so we'll get a chance to hang out next week.
Excellent. I look forward to that. And but do me a favor and hang with us for several minutes, at least a few minutes, like maybe 10 minutes or so. Is that possible? 15 minutes, something like that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. That way we can help me transition into basically a better space. This is the time I usually take as an opportunity to refresh myself. In a sense, I did that a little earlier because of the stress of talking about my mother's experience. But definitely, hopefully you guys can talk while I finish the sandwich here. And then while I'm doing that, as I said, look around for some talking points. But Brendan, tell us about whatever you feel comfortable sharing about this adventure coming up. You're going to be gone for a few weeks and seeking the devil fruit. I don't think I'm giving anything away by saying that. You can, of course, explain a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm on an adventure to, become, closer to the historical pirates and search for these rare fruits that are only in certain areas of the world. Yeah. So that's what I would say that. And just to reiterate what I was saying about Kisama, it's a vulgar derogatory men's speech, meaning you son of a bitch or you bastard. Kisama is a Japanese term that is considered rude and disrespectful. It is often used to address someone in a derogatory manner. It is not appropriate for polite or formal conversation. Kisama is a word that Bushi, which are samurai, started using in their writings from around the 1500s. So like in English, it's just like saying like you scum. But like if someone were to translate it directly, just as you, just saying informal you, like hey you. Like some people in English would think that's rude, but nowadays people say yo, what's up, like how are you doing, But in Japanese, because there's no formality, especially during the 1500s, that was considered like you're basically scum for saying that, like you're absolutely uncouth. So these Bushi samurai were probably more along the lines of like Ronin or something.
Yes, I like it.
Where they were just like, so they were so rude that they were not part of the court or anything. Like they weren't knightly. But it's become this kind of trope in anime where like these kind of villains will use that, especially when talking to their sensei or something.
Yes.
So like you'll see them as just like immediately you'll have this aversion to them. Just be like, man, this guy's disgusting.
So thank you for these wonderful entries you provided me inside of the private messages. And of course Nico Robin, she joined the pirates, and but it was almost under duress, or she was fleeing somebody, wasn't she?
She's fleeing the world government. Like
Okay.
they want to kill her because she's the only one that can speak these ancient languages.
Okay, interesting. That's
So she has a cool backstory as far as she's an archaeologist,
Yeah.
and grew up with a lot of trauma.
Yes.
as a kid and all this stuff. So I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm like infatuated with the character. But
Well, she's a compelling character. I mean, believe me, she's easy to become infatuated with.
she has this kind of demeanor that's very elegant and just like, and she's always reading a book. Like,
yes.
Yeah, so it's nice.
I like it. Yes. No. Very nice.
My style of woman. If they were a real person, you know.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. And of course, it's hard to find real people like that. That's part of the problem.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, precisely.
Okay. So with that,
that's what I was basically. It was a joke when you said, "I hope you find what you want."
Right. Got it. Got it. Yeah. No, that would be the ultimate devil fruit. That would be something that. Yes. No. I like it. And. Oh, so wonderful. So Troy, when you're dealing with these kids, do any of them watch anime? Or is that a common vernacular among them at all?
I don't know if it's a vernacular, but they certainly watch anime. They love the characters. Both girls and boys typically will draw anime, or we'll have a discussion in class about what's going on. They'll tell me their stories about what whatever the episode is or something like that. And it's kind of taken over. It's a real fad.
Wow. Well, it's beyond that because it's been multi-generational at this point. So that makes it kind of like this Japanese culture has really become pervasive. I mean, is it really is it Asian anime, or are you talking about just cartoons? It must be. Or what? What's your impression of the cultural source of this?
It's the real anime. I mean, these kids really are enthralled with the language, the writing.
Wow.
I don't know what they call the style of writing. With the symbols and the marks. It just looks like chicken scratch, but they love
kanji.
What do you call? What's it called?
It's called kanji or katakana, hiragana. The Japanese.
Yeah, but the hiragana is the simple one they use for the American phonetics, right? Is that, or am I mistaken on that?
That's romanji.
Okay, romanji. Yeah, romanji.
So katakana and hiragana are the traditional Japanese scripts.
Right. Yes, got it. So I would think most of what they'd be messing with would be romanji, is what I would think. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't give them enough credit. Yeah, Troy, we'd have to see it to ascertain. We'd have to see it to know. But maybe you could bring some samples. Maybe at some point you could do a screenshot or something.
Yeah, I might. I'll ask a couple of my kids, who do that, and see if they have some samples for me that I could repost.
Okay, great. And other than that being said, Troy, so how's your family spending Christmas? We know Brendan doesn't have a family, so Troy.
I got cut off the call. Are you guys still there?
Wait, yeah, you're on the call, Brendan. Are you there?
Okay. Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Yeah, are you driving?
It was like reconnecting.
Okay, so reconnect because you're driving, right?
It was reconnecting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's driving. So Troy, how are you spending Christmas?
Well, this is with my mom recently passing. This is my first Christmas without her.
Okay.
And so we're just gonna my family's gonna hang together, and we've been doing a lot of traveling recently. So now we're gonna slow it down a little bit and get ready for next year.
Okay. Yeah. And the traveling recently was because of your mother's care provision, I take it?
No. We just went and enjoyed some football games at our alma mater, and the great university in Tallahassee, Florida A&M University, historically black college and university. I want to talk about this. There was a study done some years ago, and Florida A&M was a land-grant college, originally titled Florida State Normal College for Negroes, and way back in the days. But in that land grant, recently they've done an audit, and Florida A&M, and as well as some of the other HBCU schools, historically black colleges and universities are owed billions of dollars in land grant money that they have not been given. Florida A&M is owed like $1.3 billion. And I'd like to see our government try and help carry that out. I think they owe that. Some people say that doesn't go far enough in reparations, and I don't want to get into a back and forth about what is owed and what happened. But when we can bail out other countries and provide provisions for other countries so easily, the small drip of denying these universities the resources they need to continue to educate young people just seems, just patently unfair.
Okay.
So anyway,
I appreciate you bringing that up and bringing that to our awareness.
Yeah,
no, I mean, it's legitimate. Like I said, I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. So, I mean, that's incredible.
That's a great point that, like, there's not enough being done to, educate the youth in that way. It's speaking to someone who grew up in Germany, they said they never even thought about paying for college. They just went and got a PhD. I mean, it wasn't this big deal and I was also watching things like, those money people off of YouTube and stuff, where people are calling in with $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 of student loans. I mean, that's just for advanced degrees. I mean, this is like, our government is absolutely wrong for that, absolutely wrong. So I
think the universities are wrong for that too. I mean,
it's a combination, of course. Yeah.
The exchange of knowledge should be, not free per se, but my thing is that's where the investment in our future is, and
right.
If we can't afford to, we're building buildings and
our economy would be much better off, like the economies of, let's say, Germany and Japan, where they educate their populace.
Yeah. What a concept!
Falling into the sewer out here because of just the madness of the policies and things.
Right.
And that's for both sides, whether they're Democrats or retardlicans, whatever these people are. But yeah.
And that being said, and I thank you for it. Yes, gentlemen, Aristides, by all means. Aristides, obviously only what you feel comfortable sharing. Obviously, don't mean to pry, but just in the most general sense, what are your plans for Christmas?
Go see the family.
Oh, cool. What, I mean, I don't know what you feel comfortable sharing, but what's your family like?
Go see my mom, who I don't see enough.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's still alive and in good health?
Yeah, she's doing pretty well.
Okay, good. Good. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, luckily.
Definitely do that. You gotta go see your parents.
Gotta see them.
Yes. Yeah. And
you're lucky to still while you still have them.
Yes. Yeah, that's quite so. By all means, gentlemen, continue. So I'll go mute for a few minutes. I'm gonna start chewing my sandwich here. I don't want people to hear me chewing it. Maybe
your sandwich yet?
I've been eating it. It takes some time. It's a big sandwich. It's like kind of like a Dagwood sandwich, but it's compressed. It's hard to describe. Basically, what happened. What was that, Brendan? What's that, Brendan?
Did you just say a Dagwood sandwich?
Yeah, kind of like a Dagwood sandwich, yes, but it's kind of compressed. It's like a lot packed into a little bit. See, I actually have very small pieces of bread that are given to me for free by the Meals on Wheels program. By the way, I've just seen this article, Go Demitarian to tackle climate change. This is some form of diet. What the fuck does this mean? DEMITARIAN. This is what they're recommending. Having meat and dairy in your diet to reduce nitrogen pollution and tackle climate change. This is the United Nations saying go Demitarian. Why that?
It's basically you like to cut your consumption of meat and dairy by half, which is, I mean, if they just did regenerative agriculture and didn't like, you know, like murder indiscriminately of the cows and all this stuff, I mean, there's a right way to do everything, but that's, of course, that's never the solution for these people. Basically, another word for it is reducitarian, or this other stuff. But I mean, I wouldn't trust anything the UN says on food and stuff because it's all, what would be the word? There's like...
corrupted?
Very corrupt, and they're hiding the real way to do things. Like there are countries like India, which are very sustainable. They've been sustainable agriculturally for 5,000 plus years, but, you know, and places in Africa that could sustain the whole world, but they refuse to help them. The entire, I've spoken on this before, but I spoke to my grandfather who is a PhD in agriculture and he lived in the Levant. I asked him, you know, can the Levant, you know, the original, you know, between the two rivers, what would be the Fertile Crescent, right? The original Fertile Crescent that fed the world. I said, can it be revived? And he said, if it wasn't for the ignorance of the people there and the world policies as far as like the French and the British, then that area by itself could provide wheat to the entire planet. So, I mean, if these people really want solutions, they just have to do, you know, what would be the word? They just have to make a plan that's proper. Like, they have no proper execution. It's all agenda-based and investment-based.
That's because their ideal is that the world is already overpopulated. So, you know, it's a battle for resources. Would rather deny resources than provide, you know, because they have all the resources. And so it goes back to that the pretext of depopulation or overpopulation, if you will. The aluminics, you know.
Yeah, which all of that stuff can be remedied, but they would never give us a remedy, or they just don't even care enough. They'd rather just kill people. That's what it seems like, anyway. Yeah.
Well, Aristides, join in here. Tell us a bit about your impression of potential depopulation or the like.
I tend to agree with what Brendan is saying. I think, you know, they really don't want to put the good ways to do anything into people's hands. And you hear this, you know, whatever.
Yeah, because
too many
real
people.
Agriculture is free, where it's self-sustaining and cheaper.
Yeah. If there was a completely different model, this whole, you know, overpopulation idea wouldn't be an issue. But if you're doing it the completely wrong way, I guess there's too many people.
Right.
Right. So.
I mean, India has the most population, and they have no issues with food. I mean,
right.
I can get Indian food right now from a shop, like stuff that's grown in India in the most poorest places on earth. So it's not that the earth can't provide; it's that the system is just too crazy.
But they've got that installed in people's heads. Like you'll hear people just talking casually in the middle, like, "Oh, but the world is overpopulated." You're like, "Oh, yeah. Okay."
Yeah, it's overpopulated with ignorance.
Right? Yeah. There you go.
And
overpopulated with dumb people.
Exactly.
Oh shit!
And that could be a metaphor for greedy people, because but the bottom line is, like I said, it's a battle for who controls the resources,
right?
And they just want to be in control. They just want to decide who is deserving. You know,
Right. And that's
when they
what's
say
absurd
when they
about
say
it.
underserved communities, that's just another play on words. They're saying undeserving
Yeah.
communities.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. The etymology is there. Yeah. And it's just, I mean, it's absurd when they're saying, oh, the plebes have to reduce their dairy consumption by half, but I guarantee you none of those people making that law would ever consider that.
No,
Right.
no,
Or writing that article, they're eating freaking rump every day, rump steak.
yeah, and buckets of ice cream,
And ice cream and pig butts. Yeah, they have there's no halving of their consumption. It's just everyone else has to do it.
Yes, but that gives more for them. That leaves more for them.
Yeah, it's like some kind of like fucking Hunger Games shit or like like that. That's the joke about, like, I know I keep bringing up One Piece, but that's literally how the world government operates in One Piece. It's like they're called celestial dragons. They're like the nobles of that world, and they have they're so ridiculous that they wear like bubbles on their heads so they don't have to breathe the same air as the normal people.
Yeah.
They literally like wear fish tanks on their heads so they don't have to breathe the air that's like near the plebs.
I can see that happening. I can see that happening.
I think that's what Oda's saying, is like it's getting to that point of absurdity.
But here's where that's surrealistic, is that very seldom would they ever be in the company of the plebes where they would feel the need to do that. Most of the time they would be in habitat-sized bubbles that would prevent them from interacting with the plebes. Does that not make sense? They would have clones or androids that would come in to serve them that would be sterile. Does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And
Well, in the One Piece world, they're all on islands, so it's only when they have to go to these islands.
Okay.
So it is like that in a way.
So do they ever have a scenario where one of these nobles is captured or winds up in the company of the pirates or anything like that?
Yeah, the main character punched one and started that was why they that originally is what started this huge war, because no one had ever stood up to them and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just
Interesting, fascinating, and so he's sending us some images, so dear Troy, and anything else you want to say? I mean, obviously we can't keep you up too long, even though we enjoy your company, and we can expect more of you, of course, maybe on did you say Christmas night? Because you'll be on vacation.
No, I'll probably be on Christmas night.
Okay, good.
I'll be with my family earlier. We'll do our little Christmas tree stuff, and then I'll be listening to you.
Excellent, thank you. Deeply appreciate it, and I'll be happy to be here. Of course, I'll try and remind myself to go into Revelation of the Magi obligatorily, rather than go into, so we say, the normal talk about genocide and mass murder and all the rest of this evil shit that's going down all over our world. Of course, I may get trumped by the only in the sense that I may get pushed into that subject if they go really apeshit in Gaza, and the Israelis unleash mass gas attacks or something. At which point, of course, I'd be obligated to address that. But at any rate, how are your kids are they even aware of all this stuff? I know I've asked this question before, but certainly over time, are they becoming more aware of the war in Gaza or Ukraine or any of this coming to their attention?
Not at all, man. These kids are oblivious to all of this that's going on and what the implications would be potentially for them or for the world, for that matter. And I get it, because every day is a day of survival for them as well. They're trying to navigate their way. A lot of my kids, I live in a very ethnically diverse community per se. A lot of Hispanic kids, a lot of kids who are just coming to America. however you want to interpret that. Just now learning how to speak English. So their whole thing is just getting acclimated to the culture, and so they're not thinking about any of that at all.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I mean, it's in a way it's kind of sad, but it's in another way it's like ignorance is bliss for them, and and everything that's going on, because you have to teach it from a historical standpoint. You almost are afraid to touch the subject. Okay, well, why are the Palestinians upset? This, that, and the other. Now you got to walk on eggshells when you start talking about that.
So how do these history teachers handle it? I mean, you teach math. What if you taught history? I mean, do you talk to the history teachers? What are they like? They must be all ready to commit suicide.
Man, it's tough enough for them to teach American civics. I mean, basic civics. So, I mean, do you start getting into world issues? I'm really going to have to go sit in on one of my colleagues' classes and to find out, what are they addressing the current issues. I remember we used to have we had to have book reports on current events and things like that, but nowadays they don't encourage those things anymore.
Right. Holy shit.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
Okay, well, we love you dearly and share that love with your family, okay? Before you leave, how did you meet your wife?
In college.
In college? Oh my God.
Yeah, we met in college. I actually knew her sister, who was 10 years older than her, because she used to go to my church. But I knew her sister before I met her. And actually, my mother introduced us just as friends. Okay. And we hit it off, and we've been together since 1988. So.
Oh wow! Congratulations!
Thank you, man.
Yes,
appreciate it.
Okay, well, you have a great night, and we'll see you on Christmas Eve.
God bless you, man.
God bless you too. Bye for
all
now.
You guys on the call.
Yeah.
Merry
Wonderful.
Christmas.
Thank you.
Thanks, Troy.
Yes. And that's Troy Bellamy. Excellent. Say that again.
Gratitude. Have a good evening, Troy.
Yes. Excellent. Okay. And so,
Doug,
yeah.
Doug, what happened to all the girls? Like, you scared them off?
All I can say is we'll find out soon enough. I mean, I'm hoping some of them join us, but I think that basically they all have families. This is they're young ladies with some kind of connection.
All these chicks are living in the woods.
Yeah, did I call Victoria? Let me see if I added her onto the call. I'll try that again. I mean, but yeah, no, they're all like this is like all cabin in the woods shit. Their lifestyles are like fucking Evil Dead scenarios and shit.
Right.
It's absolutely bizarre. Let me see if who have I got listed on this call, but you can't find out who you called really. It's hard to tell which participants you have on it.
I saw there was like some chick and her husband that went off the grid. And then they're like, I don't watch their channel, but I saw like their latest post was why living off the grid was a lie, and like clearly they were like coming back. They were like fed up with it.
Yeah, well, good for them. I mean, yeah.
It's like, I mean, you can't go to extremes. Like you can be as much as possible, but I mean, completely off the grid is, absurd unless you're like a masochist or something.
Thank you. Oh my fucking God. There
was one guy that was like a hermit, but those are like special cases. I mean, they're like he just rejected society. But if you're just wanting to do it to be quote unquote more free, I mean, that's just another way for the UN just to get you to give up all your Social Security and shit.
Yeah, not only that, your Social Security and get you off the eating meat and everything else. Go on, yeah.
Yeah, like hunting your own meat so you die from worms.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, that shit out there is vile now. I mean, it's like going fishing. I mean, half the time you pick up fish and you're wondering, you're going to wind up getting all kinds of mercury poisoning.
Right.
From too much tuna. I know because I love sashimi. I love raw tuna. Jennifer Hawkins has joined us. So, Victoria is...
you guys are doing okay.
Much,
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, honey. We're much the better for your having joined us. Believe me. You have no idea how grateful we are. We are pathetically so. And, of course, I am willing to prostrate myself before you in gratitude. So...
That's ridiculous. But I'm going to listen in and everything. I've actually had... I had a bit of a cold. I got over it. And now I have another one. So, anyway, that's my case right now. Has been for a couple of, almost a week.
Oh, well, you're in our thoughts and prayers. Everybody, mass prayers. Everybody pray for...
No. It's okay. Everything's fine. It's just a normal cold. Not a big deal.
Okay.
Magnesium and vitamin C.
I've been doing that now, but I've only started doing it like a couple of days ago because I'm like, what is going on? Anywho.
Yeah. And
yes.
Are you able to tolerate spicy food?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So
That's
what's been keeping me alive. Is lots of garlic and chili.
Yes, I love spicy food.
So that might be an option.
Anyway, I wanted to say hello, and I'm gonna listen in and.
Certainly, darling. Won't you grace us with your presence for a little bit in roundtable, please? I beseech you.
I'm gonna visit here for just a little bit.
Okay, great, great. And by the way, the troll is back in the chat room. That's his name, or what he goes by. He says, "If every action in life is a cause of transmutation, how is spellcasting any different?" No, I never said it was. Dracomai, according to Dante, then he gives kind of like the Phoenix entity spell, if you will, Gaza, Aza, Azazel. So it has the Gaza in it, which is appreciated. So thank you, Dracomai. With that, we are proud to have the lovely lady Jennifer Hawkins with us now.
Azazel was the fallen angel that gave us weapons, so it's kind of fitting.
Yes. In that sense, we can be in awe at the impact he's had. Always respect for these entities. Always respect them. They are, they've impacted us so much. So by all means, even though you want to kind of listen in, dear Jennifer, once you're here, we're overcome with interest in you. Whatever you're willing to share, just curiosity, how are you spending your Christmas? Do you have family that's available that you kind of spend time with, or what?
Not a lot. But, what you're talking about kind of makes me think of the star, there was a movie. Actually, it's ironic. It came from Disney. It was a children's movie.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, I saw it like just a few years ago. And it was called Bedknobs and Broomsticks.
Yes!
And it had this theme of trying to, there was like this apprentice witch, and she was it was the lady, what was her name?
It was Julie Andrews or something like that.
That's it. Murder, She Wrote. Yeah, I can't remember the lady. Yeah. And she was collecting these book manuscripts, and the whole thing was she was trying to do a continual ritual to summon, basically to capture the Star of Astaroth. And turns out, actually, and this was during World War II.
Yes.
And the idea was to do this in this movie in order to win the war in World War II. And it's an interesting thing because that is a true demon. And the symbol is true.
Yes.
And it was being portrayed in this movie. And it's interesting because it makes you wonder, are there people sitting around, most likely, I assume, actually, conjuring particular entities or demons, great grand demons in a way, angels, whatever you want to say, to most likely more like angels, I would assume, but like to help them to fight in these wars, or they are even summoned through the mass sacrifice in these wars, or something to that effect. And I really think that there's something to that.
Of course.
For sure.
Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, that's been an
Is that
on-run...
kind of what you're talking about? I thought that's what you're kind of talking about. It kind of sounded like you're
Oh, God, my apologies. I just got... Let me... Ooh, God.
Or just another word for human sacrifice.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, and we just had something like that happen when a stupid video cropped up all of a sudden that I was unable to control. So I do apologize for that interruption. But yes, Jennifer, certainly that's been an on-running theme of what I've been exposing all my career as a public informant, has been the use of mass sacrifice in war. Now, the interesting thing about Disney is when... I'm not sure if anything Disney ever produces is a children's film or a children's cartoon. It's just whatever Disney produces is really for adults, and it's simply encoded in such a...
Oh, you know, I actually do have a question.
Yeah.
When you get done with that.
Oh, sure, please.
Like,
say it now.
Just to hear your ideas about it.
Yeah.
But when you get done.
Oh, well, just the way I'd finish it off is that I remember Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. I think that was the name of the movie, right? With the same woman who was in The Sound of Music. It was the same lady who was in The Sound of Music, and she... No,
it's not.
Oh, it's not. It's he's a blonde British woman, right?
She's Lansbury.
Angela Lansbury. Oh, so it's Angela Lansbury, Murder, She Wrote. Okay.
Yes.
So she's the one in Bed Knobs. It's not Julie Andrews. Then
no.
It's not interesting. Somehow I always... I'm sorry?
Well, I mean, why would you know that?
Yeah, because I saw the movie several times when I was young. I mean, it was in the Presidio military base, and my parents...
The whole point is they're trying to kill the Nazis, or defeat the Nazis.
That is, of course,
yeah.
Yes. And basically what happens in the film, I remember this part distinctly, they animate the armored suits. These are suits of armor that they animate with disembodied spirits to fight a Nazi invasion of England. There's a Nazi reconnaissance of England.
Yep.
Yes.
And there were all these witches gathering to conjure up the Star of Astaroth, to get Astaroth, this which is actual real demon.
Yes.
Is what I'm saying. Not in the movie sense.
Yeah.
If you look up Astaroth.
Babylonian. Yeah,
yes. It's a true entity.
Yes.
And so this portrayal in this supposed, I guess family flick.
Yeah, supposed family flick. Yes, and it's based on a non-fiction book. There's a fictional book based on a non-fictional book. There's non-fictional books about this subject, about the witches participating, or in England's war effort.
Yes.
But
that was actually happening too.
Right, but a fictional book written that's an account of it is titled Llama's Night. So Lama's Night, you can look up. Lama's Night, spelled in the sense of the Tibetan Lama. So Lama's Night, and that's a fictional book about this, and that's the book on which Bed Knobs and Broomsticks is based loosely, but they've quote-unquote childified it. Yes, it was Angela. I didn't remember Angela Lansbury because I didn't
remember until you said
Julie Andrews.
Music. And right. I'm thinking of the wrong actress because no, it was not.
Okay, right. Got it. So, see, we figured these things out together. I'm surprised you were able to find that. It's one of those things that's old, and they hardly ever show that anymore. That's almost like nobody speaks of it, and yet it's something you'd think people would be referencing all the time, because this is what people talk about all the time, is they talk about...
I love a lot of those old movies, and just because the way that the film is done, it just can't be replicated now.
No.
Just the way that they shoot everything, the way that they shot the scenes, and the type of film or something.
Nobody does anything anymore. Yeah, I know. Yeah. No, I mean, in the old days, you had people really putting their all into everything. So nobody does that anymore. It's all a joke. It's preposterous. And but by the way, like I said, so if you hear me every once in a while and you hear some obscene sound, I'm just finishing this sandwich. I'm going to try not to let anybody hear this, so I'll try and mute while I chew. So I will trying to encourage these guys to talk.
Oh, you're fine.
So I can Well, I mean, there's nothing more offensive to me than somebody chewing on a mic.
Well, you're going to try not to chew right in front of the mic. You said.
No, I'm going to go mute when I chew. So
Yeah.
I just want people to know that I'll be going mute, once in a while, because I'm chewing. But this is, why I'm trying to entice yourself to speak more, dear Jen, along with these gentlemen who, of course, I mean, surely, Aristides, you have some conversational tidbits to exchange with both Brendan and Jen, yes?
Sure. What are we talking about?
That's
how people might be conjuring, I guess at this point, like how would an entity, actually, I guess it would affect the minds of the masses in a war-like scenario, or that there may be entities at play that could cause like millions of people to be moved to the same motivation to die for a cause, to be moved so much that they will, I don't know, move into a certain paradigm that could allow for them to die for a governmental cause, for political systems, and not for, and for survival, as of course, as it turns out to be eventually. But I think there must be something. I mean, is it just the human spirit, or is that's all moved at once to action? Or are there entities at work that are also that are intentionally making this movement to shape the affairs of humanity, or that benefit from it? Or are there humans intentionally manifesting, conjuring certain entities so that they may enact and influence humanity because they are wanting a particular outcome?
Sort of like who started it, which end?
Yeah,
right.
I guess.
Okay. Any certain movement, or just in general, like?
I mean, those beings.
Honey, certainly you've been listening to my past episodes where I go into this in depth. I spoke, for instance, of the most concrete example of what you're talking about is the sacred reliquary of Japan. And there are, of course, the three elements of the imperial regalia, the Sonchu no Jingi, in which you have, of course, the actual, the sword of the billowing clouds, the Ame no Muraku Kumo, no Tsurugi, if I remember correctly, are the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the sword grass cutter, or the grass cutting sword. This is the offensive piece of reliquary. There is the defensive reliquary, the sword and the shield, of course. The shield would be the mirror of the eight-handed flower, the Yata no Kagami, which is most relevant to what you're bringing up. Of course, aside from that, the third jewel of the reliquary, the royal crown jewels of Japan, if you will, the Yasakani no Magatama, the necklace of jade. These are the enormous black pearls the size of bowling balls, each one having carved upon them a different mythical animal. The four that my mother was able to see were the kappa, or the turtle demon, kind of like the humanoid tortoise, the tengu, or the goblin is the transliteration, but they're essentially winged avian humanoids, meaning bird-like peoples, basically the intelligent dinosaurs, which evolved into the avians. The birds are all descended from dinosaurs. The more hominid-looking ones, or bipedal aware ones, would be the descendants of the dinosaurs that were sapient or sentient. The dragon was on another, and the kirin, or the Asian unicorn, on another that she saw. But as for the mirror, the mirror is what enables... Japan's emperor holds these three sacred insignia of office, handed down from the time the gods created the islands of Japan. And among these treasures is the mirror of the eight-handed flower, the mirror of Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, the progenitor of the imperial line. And a mirror, of course, is something that's considered a requisite for any woman to possess. As the Japanese would say, the sword is the soul of the samurai, but the mirror is the soul of a woman. And the mirrors hold this very special sacred significance. The most ancient of mirrors are the most powerful. Discs of lag, L-A-G-H, the lag. They're highly polished on one side, intricately detailed on the back with the scenes of Japan usually. But the mirror of Amaterasu, the illustrious goddess, that's within the main sanctuary of the Ise Jingui, the shrine to the sun goddess, in Ise, on the island of Honshu. And this ancient lag mirror is incredibly plain in appearance, but it's enormous. It's larger than a man's body. It's kind of like the old Spartan shields, where if you carry it to war and you get killed in battle, then it's large enough for them to bear your body home upon it. So it's slightly tarnished, but a reflection can still be seen. The back is decorated with the reliefs of a few magatama, and around the entire edge of this mirror is this script, very reminiscent of archaic Hebrew. It's actually Nekal, the language of the sunken continent of Mu, or Zealandia, as it's known scientifically. Anybody can look up Zealandia. It's very real. It's the sunken continent of New Zealand. All of New Zealand is simply the mountaintops of the sunken continent, and it's considered the eighth continent by conventional scientists. So this mirror is an actual physical possession originally of the high sorceress Amaterasu, when she was a living sorceress in Mu, the continent when it was above the waves. So it's this mirror's reflection is quite special. Those who possess the blood of the original Muvayan or Muan progenitors, such as the imperial line, meaning they have more pronounced or purer blood of the Hachururi, or the serpent people, the dragon bloodline. They'll see a reflection in the polished surface. The stronger the blood, the clearer the image. If a foreigner with no sanguine heritage gazes in the mirror, they'll see only a reflection of the surroundings. So the mirror is able to determine that a person is of Muvayan lineage. And for many generations, of course, human Muvayans, they were the imperial bloodline, the Shinto priesthood of Japan. And of course, there is an ability, aside from everything that I've just mentioned, other things that it's used for more prosaically, secondary uses for divination, scrying. The female Shinto shamans would channel and contact the sun goddess Amaterasu, and she in turn would show the priestess either a scene from the future or a scene from ancient Mu in its heyday. But aside from all of these abilities that are quite practical, of course, it's also a ward. Any person who has no Muvayan heritage, if they were in any way to circumvent security and try to use the mirror, Amaterasu's gaze would be invoked, and the mirror would target the holder, the current person in its possession, the unrightful holder. But understand that this is the pivotal tool for control of the masses. That basically, with this, the emperor was able to unite all of the Japanese in one conscious, mobilized war effort of mass self-sacrifice. So these are essentially integral towards the power of the Yamato dynasty. They are, of course, the emperor's way of course, controlling all of the people in his bloodline. Before 1945 in particular, every single Japanese could in one way or another claim a touch of relation to the emperor. They truly are one large, giant family. The only people who are not part of that family would be the lowest society caste, the casteless, the untouchables of Japan, the Barukamen. They have none of the dragon bloodline at all. They have none of the Hachurui descent. and they therefore bury the dead and work with leather. They do what no other Japanese would do. But as for the other people who have any heritage from ancient Mu, which all other Japanese do, then basically these tools, they represent the divine right of rulership because they can mobilize the people psychologically. The unswerving command of the will of the masses can be mystically obtained with chilling ease by the head of the Shinto religion, of which the emperor is the acting pope, really, effectively. So it made possible all by the vestiges of Muvayan blood that flow in the veins of everyone of Japanese descent. So this triad of powerful items, the sword and mirror, constructed of the Muvayan golden metal leg, they also allow for the command of the awesome raw fury of the elements. But command of the masses is what you're taking into consideration. In the hands of a capable high priest, as the emperor is the acting head of the Shinto religion, the pope thereof, the caster can command any being with at least a trace of serpent folk blood, or hachurui, in his or her veins, which includes all ethnic Japanese and even those of Korean familial stock. And so, as I said, the most notable exception would be the Barukamen, the Untouchables, the Eta caste, which would mean they have no caste at all, who appear ethnically identical to other Japanese but possess no Muvayan blood. That explains all the many generations of shunning by mainstream society as impure. Also, the Hokkaido-based population of indigenous Ainu, the Caucasians of Japan, pure Caucasians that live up in the northernmost island with the bears, they are immune to that casting of the spell. But everyone else is mobilized in lockstep. So this is the most concrete example of what you're speaking of. With everyone else, their means are never so direct. But it gives you, certainly you've heard me speak of this in the past, no?
That's incredible.
Oh, thank you.
That it's carried through that the voice would travel through, through the blood. That's incredible. I do have one other question for you.
Of course.
No, I'll have to look into. Just what you've said is enough to go with, because that's incredible. Because I never really thought about it quite like that, as like as it calling out to through the blood, you know. Yes. Most people don't realize, like, they don't think about it, but that, you know, one single man, you know, he literally has the life of a million within his loins, as they say, and it is true. It is insane to believe, and it's incredible to think about the connection of the long line from the beginning. You know, that this all has to go back to some. Anyway, I'm glad that's incredible. What you that somehow there could be something that could call, like Anyway, so I do have a question.
Yes.
That's, you know, because every now and then I'll bring a question that I think is appropriate, you know, to see, you know, and they're usually broad stroke questions that are commonly asked, but sometimes not so much. But in this case, I know this is a kind of generic question to ask in a way, but I'm going to ask it because I really want to hear what you think, because I haven't heard you touch on this in my listening that I've heard so far. But so, what do you think about the finite Earth idea? Have you heard this idea? I mean, most people talk about and I'm just going to be completely obvious. People talk about they have a globular idea about the Earth, and then there's the flat Earth movement that has come in, and then this. Do you think it's a finite space? And if so, what do you think is there? Are we looking at it, or are they hiding land to some capacity, or are they even themselves unaware to some extent, or are not capable of knowing to what grandeur this is? Or is that fantasy? Or do you think this is exactly as they say? What are your theories about on that kind of grand scope, which I know is a handful, but just as of where you are right now and your perspective, what is it? I'd like to hear it.
Well, I had one spiritual mentor tell me that if one were to take a trip into the future, that one would be confronted with the kind of good-natured, derisive laughter of confronting people who are having fun with your ignorance as being a relic of the past and ascribing to anachronistic notions. And he said that such people in the future would laugh at the idea that you thought the world was round. And if you said, well, what is it if it's not? They would say, well, the Earth is really a torus. In other words, shaped like what you would call a donut. But you would confront them with, how is this possible? And they would say, well, you see, you didn't know of the fourth and fifth dimensions, and therefore could not assess the reality of the shape of the world. Now, that's just one example of a different cosmic possibility. I personally am much more archaic in my thought processes on this, but I will say that they tend towards a convergence of two separate concepts. For one thing, one of the men of great knowledge, as Brendan Zoget will attest to, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, he was an individual that my mother adored his writing because it was written simplistically and helped her to learn English at a very young age through Sherlock Holmes stories. But Sir Arthur Conan Doyle wrote much more than that. He wrote about Professor Challenger was another character he created. And Professor Challenger, in one of the stories, basically proves the Earth is alive, that the Earth is a giant entity, a sea urchin type of creature, that the crust is the shell upon which we dwell, but that the entity is very much alive and has a grazing route it follows circling around the sun, as do the other terrestrial planets. This is a foreseeing the modern Gaia concept. Of course, people spell it G-A-I-A. That's a real rough simplification. It's a bastardization of the original term Gia, from which we get the term geography or geology. But Geo was, of course, the original concept of Earth as a living goddess. It's important to note that among all of the planets of classically known solar system, our classically known solar system, all of the planets that we were able to encounter and name up until Pluto, and then we had this hiatus during which we developed the concept and ultimately encountered the reefs of space, the disk of the Kuiperoids, or the Kuiper Belt, as they call it. It's a concept they're still coming to grips with. And in that Kuiper Belt beyond Pluto, what they call trans-Neptunian planets, these worlds are out there the size of Earth, the size of Jupiter, meaning they're enormous. But the ones the size of Earth or larger or smaller, these terrestrial size or much smaller objects, many asteroid-size objects, which itself is a misleading term. Asteroid means star-like, small stars. Their real reference to them was that they shone like stars, so you could see the asteroids in the telescope, and they referred to them as the vermin stars. They weren't stars, but they were like the vermin stars was the classical name for them. It's a very apropos name. And of course, they're planetoids. It's what they truly are. That's the correct name for them. But there's many planetoids out in the Kuiper Belt, and they form this entire disk of accretion well beyond